Let's start this off. First and foremost. There we go. I haven't had to sprint home like that in quite some time. Oh, hello. Let me just adjust some volume real quick. And then let's see here. Turn on cam.
Just so you know, everyone can hear you.
Perfect. That's great.
Okay, awesome. Good. Just giving you a heads up.
Hi, Sasha. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm about to scamper away from my PC for like 3 seconds because... Wait, no, I'm not. Wait, yes, I am. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a dirty liar. I forgot to set.
Liar.
I forgot to set up the the other camera. So 1 second, and I will be right back.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Mr. Totally Unprepared for Everything Always has returned. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? How are you?
You know, honestly, not too bad. We're gonna be looking at me from this direction, but I'm really excited. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited as well to have you here, have you a part of the podcast. I know we've been talking a little bit behind the scenes on kind of some subjects and how deep we wanted to go. So
Absolutely.
it should be an interesting episode for sure, to say the least.
I'm definitely excited. I'm definitely excited. I've been kind of like racking my brain with like what to expect, and like I'm you know, I've been mentally preparing myself because, you know, I was watching some of the other ones and was just like, wow, this is like the depth of people. You know, I think it's exciting. It's exciting to me because, like, you know, I get to chop it up with you, but also learn about myself, because, you know, there are a lot of unspoken things in a person's life, and sometimes you just got to talk about it, you know?
That's true. Gotta talk about it. Well, before we dive deep into that, let everyone know who you are, what you do on Kick, and what you like to do for fun.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Beard. I'm a small creator here on Kick that primarily plays FPS games really badly, and I like to cook food and hang out with my friends. Things I do for fun. I like hobby brewing. I like to cook. I like to read. I like to play video games, and I like to make people laugh. So if that's like your kind of thing, like, let's get a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, well, it is, again, I'm really glad to have you here today, especially, you know, with the timing and everything of real life, being able to make this work out. I'm very grateful of you for that. So
I'm super stoked. I put in the time about a week ago, and I literally like hopped in the car, power sprinted over, and was just like, I gotta get there. I'm so sorry. I'm always late.
It's okay. I'm usually always late too, except for this one series is the one series that I think I've been consistently on time for. Other than that, though, I'm usually the late one. So
It'd be like that. I really do.
it really does. Oh man. So obviously I know that you love to cook.
Yes.
And you're very, very good at cooking as well too. Would that be something that you would say you use to help you keep a positive mentality?
I would say that cooking elates a feeling of catharsis within my body. I think that there is something serene about hanging out in the kitchen and just like making a meal, because like whether it's to nourish myself or to nourish others, like Meals are the best way you can learn about a person's life, like their culture, their life, and all of that. But also, it's for healing. It's for healing. You know, even like the roughest fights, the hardest days, and everything, things can be settled over a plate. They really can.
Mm.
So like I think it's hyper important that like food is passion, food is glory, food is happiness, food is sadness, food is expression, food is all of these things and more. And you know like obviously like try to balance your diet and do good things for yourself and like hit your goals and all of that, but like where I cannot draw to save my life, I can put food on a plate pretty good.
Well, if you think about it, being able to plate the way that you do and also be able to photograph your dishes afterwards, that is art too.
Thank
Like,
you.
not everyone can. I know for myself, I don't know how to plate for shit. I try to make it look all fancy and pretty and gourmet,
Hmm.
but not at all. It is a very difficult thing to manage.
So I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I will when I'm off camera, like cooking streams are a little bit different and can't really like sneak away from it or anything. But when I'm like doing up the dish, I'll grab a rag like and I'll clean the sauces off of the plates and everything, because sometimes when you're applying sauces and everything and you're just kind of like whipping shit all over the place, it gets messy and then it doesn't look nice. And like
Mm.
so sometimes I mean I wouldn't say it's doctored, but it's definitely fluffed up a bit. And like that's okay. That's all right. That's all right. Um but yeah, no, I love food. I have a deep emotional connection with food in the same way a lot of people have deep connections with music or film or really like their hobbies or anything like that. Um it's a nice place to be. I definitely don't hate it for myself, you know?
Understood. No, I got you. When you say that it's a deep connection, is that something that you've always had since a child, or is this something that you've developed more so as an adult?
Um well, without yammering on about my entire life story and putting you to sleep, I grew up extremely poor in New England, and we didn't have a lot. So every bite really counted. And like it wasn't until I was approaching my teen years that I started to like really take an interest in food. And Anthony Bourdain is the reason I went to culinary school. And like postmortem, everybody's always like, oh, he was a visionary, he was this and he was that, but like that guy was a chain smoking asshole to everyone he met, but he told the truth. And he was an amazing chef. He's worked all over the place, he's done all kinds of things, but he traveled the world and told the world stories, not through Michelin star dining, but through like the real places, the places the locals are going. And like he opened my eyes to the world in a way that like because like I went for for French food, and I was like, oh, this is good. But like my interest in food really blossomed after I got out of school and began to kind of like self teach. And like now with the internet, it's an amazing place where you can just be like, you know what, I want to try a recipe from this country, and you can find 500,000 results, and everybody's got their own little like spin, and everyone's got like their grandma's recipe twice removed. And it's
Mm-hmm.
it's amazing. You can find anything. You can find anything, and it's so cool. It's so cool. And like like I am excited that like that exists, because like before all of that, like people had to go and learn it in a kitchen. you know um we're in the best time in the world right now. Like obviously shit sucks sometimes, don't get me wrong, but like we have the entire world's information in the palm of our hands, and while we're not always learning, there's always an opportunity.
Mm.
So it's a really unique perspective. It's a very unique perspective, and I think creates. So I pulled up the old iPad and grabbed my Apple Pencil so that way I could do a little bit of doodling. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna doodle, but I'm gonna do something, and I will share it with you. Share it with you privately because it will be an embarrassment, and I will be like, well, I gave it a try.
Listen, that's what this is all about. It's not about creating the most beautiful masterpiece. It's really just about what the mind and the soul feels as we're having the conversation.
Absolutely.
Sometimes I just write a bunch of phrases that really stood out and connected with me,
Mm-hmm.
or I might doodle some random things and I have no idea why I did that until maybe the end of the conversation. So
Absolutely.
um art is very uh it's very unique, in its
Exactly.
own way.
Exactly. Well, I'm really excited. So, like, what I guess what what prompted the what prompted this? Like, what was where was the idea? Where did it come from? What drew you to the idea of talking about like both mental health and also doing art at the same time? Because Mind in Canvas is a beautiful idea.
Well, thank you. Well, to be honest, the Kick Road competition
Hmm.
really had me learn how to be creative and keep
Hmm.
things fresh and keep people entertained, and also keeping myself entertained as well too, because I didn't realize how burnt out I was getting from just working on the same piece of art or just doing the same thing over and over again. Because when I create, I usually have more time and I have some downtime where I can kind of let it sit aside, let it simmer. I'll come back to it, see if
Hmm.
I maybe want to tweak or add something. But I wasn't really able to do that
Right.
as much because I needed to stream every day. So I also miss connecting with other people, being able to have conversations with others. And I thought, why not mix the two things that I really enjoy doing, yapping and drawing or creating art in some way?
Absolutely.
And mental health is something that I'm very, very passionate about. It's
Hmm.
something that I speak about on my platforms, off my platforms. And the idea, it really just, it made sense to me where and I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Not only am I able to still be in the art category, so I can keep my hours in, so I
Right.
could still try to rank,
Right.
but I can also talk with other people and get to know people that I may not have been able to have the chance to, like yourself.
That's
So
excellent. That's
it's kind of how
excellent.
it happened.
Again, I appreciate it. I'm always happy to be included. But B, like, no, it's actually really cool because like just through, obviously like the greater communities and everything, like our interaction has always been like fun and lighthearted, and like you're clearly a very intelligent woman, and like you're doing all kinds of great stuff for yourself. So it's really awesome that I get the opportunity to just like spend some one-on-one time with you and like learn a little bit about you.
Hmm. You learn that's you and Slashly are kind of the one the only, I wouldn't say the only two, but the ones that are like, I want to get to know you, and it kind of puts me a little bit in the hot seat where I'm like, "Yeah,
Well, I
okay."
mean,
Like,
well, isn't that that's kind of the beauty of it, right? Is because like, I'm literally a goblin online. So like it's very infrequently that I get to like sit down and have like an actual like intelligent conversation that doesn't involve me like trying to make some kind of joke about something all the time. So this is exciting for me because like, I get to demonstrate like, hey, I'm more than just being like, haha, fart joke. Haha, this is so funny. But also just kind of like speaking on topics that I think people in general maybe avoid because they're hard. They're very hard. Mental health is one of the hardest topics I think people have like they can't broach it. It's not like it's not an easy thing to just be like, you know what? Sometimes I'm not okay.
Mm. Yeah, it is. It is something that I've learned that is very hard to be as open about. I feel a lot of I would say judgment, because especially opening up a little bit more in such a larger, I'll say a larger space that Kick has, given me the opportunity to do, it makes me feel a little bit more like I want to be more reserved, only because
Hmm.
that means there's more people's opinions that are now able to be put in front of me. But again, at the end of the day, we all go through mental health in some capacity. And
Hmm.
if I feel nervous to talk about it, then I know hundreds and thousands of other people do as well. So
Absolutely.
someone has to break the mold at some point. So
Hmm.
I think that I've always been an open book, and I am very goofy and funny, and like yourself, I'll crack some jokes.
Hmm.
We talk
Absolutely.
about poop a lot in my stream, but
That's the best subject. Everybody can relate to that. You
I mean,
know,
true.
everybody be shitting sometimes. So no,
That is
that's
true.
super relatable. And again, I think that in the grand scheme of things, right? If nobody breaks the seal and talks about it at all, there is, I mean, then there's no recourse for that. Like, sometimes people suffer alone and they suffer in silence without ever uttering a word because they don't think that anybody wants to listen. And
Mm-hmm.
one of the biggest lessons that I have learned, like through my journey in life, and also like seeing a therapist regularly, because sometimes there's just some stuff that's like buried really deep down that like you just need to unearth and you just need to get it out there, because like otherwise that stuff festers, that stuff really festers. And there's a lot of shit out there, and like people just they sit there and they wonder why they feel like shit all the time. But like, past traumas, present traumas, potential for future traumas, like anxiety is a real thing. And you know it's hard to generate yourself like a safe space when you're not feeling safe. um and I feel like if more, and again, my personal journey, I've been speaking with a therapist for, I don't know, 5 6 months now, because like there's just been some shit. Sometimes life are pretty good, sometimes life are pretty shit. And
Mm-hmm.
you have to kind of like parse that out. You have to parse it out, and you have to be like, I need help.
Here
Yo,
for
Elite,
Friday's
thank you.
Flying Hog reveals.
um but the biggest thing, right, is accepting accepting that like you need the help, because it is so hard. For me personally, right? Like climbing that wall and getting over myself, and be, like the typical man thing, like I don't need any help, I'm fine. But then I wake up, sometimes at the night, in the middle of the night, 3 4 in the morning, uh drenched in sweat, in like a high panic, like high alert, and I'm scanning my room and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? uh and you have to address that stuff. You have to address that stuff, because if you don't, like, it's just going to continue. And god forbid, like god forbid anything bad were to happen to me, but like I know from just like living my life, right? Like sometimes I get anxious and like my chest hurts. Because it's like sometimes it's just too much. So like I started looking for help, and it was good that I did when I did, because like honestly, sometimes those sessions are like really emotionally tearing, and I hate that. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
And and like I can't imagine a situation, right? And I'll never compare my circumstances to anybody else, but like as bad as I think I have it, somebody out there has it worse than me. And I'm lucky enough that I can afford therapy, because I work a pretty decent job. Um some people don't have those options, and you know you can there are avenues, essentially. always, 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 like, you know, big piece of advice. Always talk about the shit that's got you going on like crazy, because if you don't, it's going to fester and it's just going to be bad in the long run. So if you have anybody, literally anybody, sometimes even journal it. If you have nothing, nobody's available or around to listen, like journal that shit. Write something down. Do what you need to do to just get it out into the ether. You know, like some people choose spiritual healing. Some people choose, like, you know, going on an adventure, you know, like a little like adventure therapy. Like if your surroundings are not doing it for you, change your surroundings. You know, some people go religiously, like, you know, there's so much. And you know, I think that oftentimes we get kind of like choked up in our own shit, right? Like it's like being in a pool but not being able to swim kind of thing, where you're just like, I don't know how to swim and I'm gonna drown here. And you know, facing yourself down every morning, like putting in the effort, doing the thing, is one of the most respectable and brave things that like anybody can do ever. Because honestly, sometimes your worst enemy is yourself, you know?
Very true. Very, very true. There are a lot of people in chat are saying that, you know, some personally chose to go the spiritual healing route. And someone said that their daughter coped with her anxiety by writing things down. So that goes back to like the journaling you mentioned.
Absolutely.
Music was their go-to when they were younger. Someone even said, you know, sometimes changing your diet and working out, those endorphins can help so much as well too.
Big time.
Which I can definitely attest to the working out. When I am like consistently working out, sure, I want to look better physically, but my main intentions for working out has always been because mentally, that is the only time when my brain is completely silent.
Yes.
I'm escaped from everything. I'm able to hear my heartbeat. I'm able to hear myself breathe. I'm not thinking about X, Y, and Z. I'm just straight focused on working out. And afterwards, I feel amazing. And I notice when I stop working out, it's usually signs of I'm depressed. I'm going through something where now I'm not doing things that help me out constantly. And I can feel it. I feel it physically. It's very heavy. How much, if you don't move the body, that how much stress you can hold within just your bones and your skin and the way you breathe. So
Absolutely.
that was another good thing that someone had pointed out in chat as well. Like working out definitely, you know, and it does the body good too, you know. So it's like a two for one at the end of the day.
And you know, we love that. We love the dual purpose things that, you know, happy heart, happy mind, very, very good things. And you know, like I'm not a professional psychologist or anything, but like, you know, some things that help me cope, right? Like sometimes I like to plug in, turn on some music. I won't play any video games. I'll just close my eyes and I'll just listen to a song. Thank you so much for that follow, Loader Striker. I appreciate you. But the ultimate end all be all, you know, like whether, because like music is beautiful. I've played bass guitar. I played saxophone. I learned a little bit of piano as like a teenager, you know, because like my vested interest in music was always kind of there. I love tooling around in a digital audio workstation like FL Studio or, you know, because I really like electronic music. And I don't express that enough. I say that to myself, right? Because I have 1,000,001 hobbies, but I never have enough time. And it's actually the worst, because like I'll get home sometimes and I'm like hyper motivated, and then I like look at all of the options that I've created for myself and I'm like, fuck. And that can be overwhelming. That can be overwhelming. I can't remember the last time I just sat down on a rainy day like today and just opened up a book and just read like the entire thing. It doesn't have to be a super huge book, but like a book. And, you know, like, obviously, like, I can read sentences, which is great, but, like, you know, sitting down and reading a book is super relaxing. Get yourself like a nice cup of tea, maybe a beer or something, like if that's your stoof. But like, you know, something. And then like, again, cooking, you know, going back to the cooking, I love to make a meal when I'm in a mood. I get really fucking weird with it too. Like, I'll just be like, none of this stuff goes together and I don't feel like going to the store. Let's make something palatable out of what I have. And like, it's a lovely journey. You know, like even, you know, obviously like I play video games, but like I find myself playing more chillaxed video games off stream, like when I'm just in a mood. I don't want to do like the stressful first person shooters. I want to play like fucking Pokemon and just like shut the mind off and hang out with Pikachu for a little bit. And then, you know, like other things. I love brewing beer. I'm not super good at it, but the science behind it tickles my brain. It absolutely tickles my brain. And, you know, I'm trying to do more to reduce my amount of like doom scrolling, just like open mouth, slack jaw, drooling all over my face, scrolling endlessly through whatever app I have open. And, you know, it's a work in progress because that's hard. That's the other thing too, right? Is like earlier I had mentioned we have the entire power of the world's collective knowledge in our hands. But the other side of that coin is we use it to look at butt cheeks and cats. Which
butt cheeks
and cats, you know? So it's like, it is what it is, right? But like, you know, for myself, I have targeted goals. Like recently, you know, I started learning a new coding language because A, it's something that has been long needed to be done, but B, it's something that is reflective in my job. It will help me in the long run, but it's also interesting. It's interesting to get back into that sort of like flow of things. Because like when I first accepted my job as a web developer, I didn't know anything. I was a kid who worked at like a retail job, and I biffed the opportunity. My best friend, and person that I live with is also my boss, but we have a great relationship. Super fucking awesome. Yeah. He's my best friend. Literally family. I would take a bullet for that guy. But he set me up with like a small little sandbox server to see what I did. And I did literally nothing. And he was like, dude, what the fuck? And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And he ended up giving me a shot, and he sat me down and he was like, listen, dude, like you're going to have to learn how to do this. Or I'm not going to be able to employ you. And I was like, totally understand. And, you know, we're at that like time cycle. Technology is changing. I have to learn more things to be proficient, to stay on top of things. But like the interest is there. I guess. The long story short, because I yap. Sitting down and like learning something can also be good for the soul. It can be good for the mind. It can be good for the body. It can be good for the soul. And there's a lot to be said about like putting yourself up to a challenge. I think that in modern day society, a lot of us don't really challenge ourselves. You know, and that could mean, you know, a lot or a little depending on who you ask. Like it's not like a pointed thing. It's more or less just kind of like, you know, when's the last time you like sat down and did something challenging type of thing? Because like I'm guilty of it. I'm totally guilty of it. I skated off of like everything that I knew and did this, and I stuck to my guns and I did this, that, and the other thing, and like that was good for me. When's the last time I actually challenged myself to something, right? And that's like a real conversation to have with yourself, because like, you know, sometimes you literally just like, you know, you either know it or you don't, and if you don't know it, like it's time to learn some shit.
Very, very true. I do want to address a couple things that were mentioned in chat. Someone said that exercising the brain is also great. That goes for learning something new or teaching yourself how the fuck to relax, which is
real.
Kind of just like what you just said as well.
Yeah.
Also, someone wants to know, what language of coding are you learning?
So I'm currently learning my way through PHP. And then hopefully from there I'll be going into Python. But PHP. So it's been interesting so far. I'm not gonna lie. I deal with PHP a lot at work, but I would not consider myself proficient. And so that's kind of like where I'm at right now, is like the lack of proficiency that I have is what I need to nip in the bud. PHP is certainly an acquired taste. True.
Okay, so that's web scripting language. Okay. I don't know that. I'm reading chat because this is like, oh, this really is a whole different language for me. But they also said that what was it? It was a really good programming can be beautiful for therapy if you like to problem solve things.
Very
So,
true. Very true. Sometimes,
to acknowledge that.
sometimes you can literally just sit down, like plug yourself right in, and then just like get lost in code for a few hours. As a matter of fact, this Monday alone, like I pretty much got home from work, hopped on my computer, opened up Zamp, and just like went to town. And by the time I got off the computer, right, like my eyes were dry and crusty, and I was just like, oh, and then like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours had passed, and I still hadn't really even done anything. But like the beauty of it, right, is like being able to look at all of the things that you've compiled and be like, I'm learning something, I'm doing something. This is going to be an amazing thing for me later down the road.
I think that you mentioned something very important. Like, we don't really question, or what is it? Not question ourselves, but we don't force ourselves to learn something new. We get very complacent with where we are. Like, if I know this, cool, and kind of scapegoat through life. But I think challenging, that's the word, challenging yourself can also give you a new skill set that you never would have thought that you had, or that you would have enjoyed had you not put yourself in that position.
Yes, and that, like, that's the other thing too, right? So again, man of Mr. Many Hats, I trained in powerlifting for quite some time, and it wasn't until I gave myself like the worst case of rhabdo that a doctor had ever seen. I ended up in the ER for like the longest time. But like, I loved it. I was like, my body can put up all of this weight. Look at all of this cool stuff that I can do. And then I basically exploded my fucking organs, and that was terrible. But now I'm fat. So, you know, like that's just part of life. The long and short of it, right, is like I found a lot of peace in weightlifting. You know, sometimes you just, you know, you're having a day, you got to get out there, you got to do the thing. And then like, just go hit the gym. Lift things until your arms get tired, or your legs get tired, or your back gets tired, and then enjoy the dopamine rush. Because I don't know, for me, it was one of the most relaxing things ever to like get off of a weight rack. My legs feel like jello, and then like I finally like sit down and chug a bunch of water, and then I'm like, that felt good. That felt real good.
Yeah, but you also have to be careful with that, because something that my doctor actually, because I struggle with addiction, like abuse. So I have the tendency of replacing one addiction with another addiction, and if it's lesser than my maybe like original addiction, then I think it's okay. But we have talked about like you can abuse the gym, like you can.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
I don't think people can realize that, but I would push myself like to the point where I need to physically feel the pain. I need to feel the burn. I need to feel like I'm about to pass out on this floor right now, because it's the only thing that I truly have control over. And I've learned that there has to be a happy balance between feeling the burn, getting a good workout in, but also not ruining your physical being, which is your body. I mean, your organs exploded, which is scary as fuck. I don't know.
It was pretty bad.
How that even happens, but damn.
Yeah. So I went into renal failure. And so, okay, so story time. So I worked a 12-hour shift. At the time, I was a warehouser. So I spent all day loading and unloading trucks, and I was throwing around heavy crap all day. And I was like, I don't even need to go to the gym. This is great. But I got home. My girlfriend at the time was like, hey, do you want to go to the gym? And I was like, not really. And she's like, don't be a pussy. And I was like, ain't no way you called me a pussy. So I took my supplements and I did a 3-hour set, and like life was good until I woke up the next morning and like my whole body hurt, and I was like, oh, it's probably just DOMS. We're all right. Everything's fine. I'll just walk it right off. But walking it right off was not actually all right. And little did I know that something was brewing under the surface. I woke up the next day after my gym and work sesh, and I pissed Coca-Cola brown.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was like, hey, that's probably not normal. I'm probably super dehydrated, so I started drinking a bunch of water, but like my whole body hurt. And I went to work that day.
Wow.
Yeah, I went to work that day and I was like super low energy and sluggish, and I was like, oh man, I gotta fucking be careful about like working out. And I did my normal 12 hours, and then I got home and I woke up the next day and I physically could like barely get out of bed. And so I was like, I need to go to the doctor. And my ex at the time again was just like, I don't know, you're probably just really sore. And I was like, I don't really know. So I ended up going to the doctor, right? I went to like a little medical clinic around the corner, because I was like, that's probably not that bad. They're probably just gonna give me some like Motrin or something. Who fucking cares?
Yeah.
So I was telling them about my symptoms, and they're like, okay, let's get you in the back, and also can you pee in this cup? And I was like, yeah, all right. So I pee in the cup, more brown pee, life bad. They, not even 5 minutes later, right after receiving the urine sample, were like running in with like an IV bag, and they're like, we're gonna put you on an IV. And I was like, it seems really weird for muscle soreness. And they're like, yeah. So then a doctor comes in, and he's effectively like, so you need to go to the hospital. And I was like, what do you mean I need to go to the hospital? To which he's like, so you are in renal failure. And I was like, explain that to me like I'm 3. And he's like, your kidneys are shutting down, and so you need to go to the hospital. Now, mind you, I have an IV bag in, and the hospital is up the road. He's like, we can call you an ambulance. I was like, I'm not fucking taking an ambulance. That shit's a scam and expensive. So
Yeah.
he's like, okay, well, we can't let you leave the premises with an IV in, because, you know, you might do IV drugs. And I was like, do I look like somebody who would do IV drugs? Come on, man. So he's like, all right. So I throw on my jacket over the IVs in my fucking arm, and I go to the hospital. They admit me pretty much immediately, and they're like, yeah, so actually it attacked both of your kidneys and your liver. And I was like, oh wow, that's really terrible. And I remember the first night in the ER, I was scared because I barely had any control over my body. My body was just like, couldn't move my arms, couldn't move my legs. And then like this like 6'8" fucking mega tall Amazonian nurse, right? And I'm like, given that I have this much facial hair, you can only imagine that my chest is also hairy. This 6'8" fucking Amazonian nurse comes in, and she's like, we're just gonna put a heart rate monitor on you. And I'm like, all right, yeah, cool. Not like I can stop you, fucking lady. So she slaps the things like on my chest, and she's like, we're not getting a good reading. So she yanks them off of my hairy ass unshaved chest, and then like I yelp in pain, unable to like defend myself. And you know what this lady says to me? She says,
what?
Now you know what us ladies go through for your men.
Wow.
Dead ass. And I was like, I literally, and I was like, I don't care what you do with your expletive. And was like, what the fuck?
Oh.
And it was an experience. But anyways, so I definitely understand like being addicted to the gym, because I was working hard. I was working very hard, had no fucks to give. I was in the best shape of my life. And then I'll never forget what the doctor said as I was like pathing out. He was effectively like, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be able to lift a car if you like physically are gonna die. And I was like, okay, yeah, I guess you're right. And then from there, that's when I determined that pizza and beer is safer for you than lifting weights.
I mean,
what's up, Jasmanian? Hi guys, I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring chat.
100%. That is actually that is scary to go through, because one, okay, you're just acting like a little bitch, or like, you know, don't be a pussy. You know, for me, those are kind of like motivational phrases. Like it really, it makes me want to prove myself. Like, nah, fuck
Beer.
that. I ain't no bitch. Like, I could do this shit.
That's what I'm
Watch
saying.
me, and then
That's what I'm saying.
But at the same time, you know, you going into urgent, I'm assuming it's like urgent care before, since you went to the emergency room.
Yep.
At a certain point, to kind of have that person not take your pain seriously, and that's supposed to be your person, right? How did that make you feel mentally when physically you're already, your body is you think you're dying in that moment, like your body is shutting down, you think you're dying, you're in so much pain, and then the person that you would expect or want to kind of be there for you through all of this and uplift you and
Just
support you, it
rhabdomyolysis of
sounds
the
like
worst case
maybe they
possible.
weren't doing exactly that. So how did those two emotions really hit
Well,
you, I guess?
So I can tell you this first and foremost. She visited the hospital a couple of times and then flew off to Colorado. So yeah. So when I was on my way out, I had to go back home and everything. Luckily, our roommate was there to like pick me up, which is awesome. But the biggest thing was like it hurt. It definitely hurt, you know, to just kind of like discount the fact that like my body was failing me. And you know, but like at the same time, right, you know, like motivated gym couple going and doing gym things, and then I'm like, man, I don't really feel like going to the gym. She's like, don't be a puss, don't be a little bitch, you bitch boy. And then it's like, no, I'm not a bitch, but like I just worked a 12-hour and I'm kind of want to eat like a whole loaf of garlic bread. But like, yeah, it definitely hurt. And like looking back at it, like retrospectively, you're just kind of like, man, wow, what? You're terrible. But at the same time, like, she had no idea that I was going to be pissing brown. I didn't have any idea. It just kind of happened. I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I'm lucky that I made it out. But like the other thing too is like, you know, being able to kind of like mentally process that and then forgive. Because like again, you know, while she at the time was trying to be like motivational, it sucked and my kidneys exploded. But like, I'm alive. You know. Did they tell you?
Alive. You made it through something, and honestly, it's a good
It's
thing
because I
that
worked out
you
too hard.
caught it when you did, and
No,
you
you're good. You're good.
decided to actually go in, because I can only think about what could have happened if you maybe even waited like an hour or two later, because that's some scary shit to go through, to just think that, oh, I'm sore, or maybe like I'm dehydrated, or
Right.
you know, like something
So the doctor said
minute.
that if I had waited like another 24 to 48, I'd probably be in a body bag.
Damn.
Yeah, and like that's super like perspective, like you know, hindsight is 2020, right? Like hospitals suck and they're really expensive, but like if shit's fucked up, go to the hospital. don't try and rough it out. No amount of dirt rubbed in it is going to save you from like potentially life-threatening injury. But
that is true.
Yeah.
But it's also like on the contrary to that, it's one of those things where the American healthcare system is so difficult for Americans to actually have access to. I don't have health insurance. One, it's super expensive when you're self-employed, and even when I was working in corporate, that shit was still expensive, and you have to go through so many hoops and loops just to use what you're paying for. And I'm the type of person where I always joke about it, but there's like some seriousness behind it, where I'm like, if I'm bleeding out, like don't call an ambulance. I would rather Uber drive me over to the hospital, because it is expensive and they charge you for everything, like a Band-Aid. The way that they get away with charging so much money, it is very unfortunate, which makes a lot of people not want to go and take care of themselves because you can't afford it. Like at the end of the day, like if something I don't have wood near me, knock on wood, but if something was to happen to me, like physically really bad, and I needed to go to the hospital, I would honestly probably contemplate whether or not if I wanted to go, because that would just be an expense that I can't afford. I don't want to even think about it, because now that's another layer of stress that you have to add on to, where mentally you're going through this battle of, do I take care of myself and get better and then get out of it? And now I'm stressing off of how I have a 20-something $1,000 medical bill that I don't know how I'm going to afford? Or do I not go, hope that I get better and not have a 20K bill to worry about, you know? And it's really, really sad. Someone said easy access to healthcare, but very expensive though. Exactly.
True.
Yes.
Very true. I mean, so, you know, like all jokes aside, right? Because anybody could be like, thanks, George W. Bush. But like, it's it's really unfortunate. And like, you know, things like an IV bag, for example, costs like $2.50 to like fully manufacture. And then the administration of one is where they nip you in the ass. The average ambulance ride is like 5 to 8K. And you know, think about that, right? 5 to 8K to just go on that ride. Now, obviously, you know, circumstances, you know, like if you lost an arm or a limb or honestly just anything, but like, you know, the 2-minute trip up the road for me, that was nothing. I was just gonna drive myself, like whatever, yank the fucking thing out of my arm, doc. I got 2 arms, I can go get another one. But like, it's extremely accessible. It is way too expensive, and the average American is barely able to cover costs. Like, you know, like obviously, I'm not going to turn this into a political shit show because that's usually where these conversations end up going. But I will say this: the average American is currently losing on all fronts, and it sucks, and it's bad. You know, I'm not much of a guy to discuss openly like politics because most of the time it usually ends up with somebody beating another person with a 2x4, and honestly, I don't fuck with that. I respect everybody's opinions. I think that everybody should be able to choose the way they want to live their life, and as long as they're not an asshole, then everything's okay. But yeah, no, medical situations are fucking terrible, and like, you know, you never know. Life just happens. But on top of that, right, you know, to kind of like full circle it, right, access to mental health facilities, like, and everything like that, sometimes you have to go through multiple therapists. I had to shop around. It was like dating. It was weird. Like, okay, so we've got like Jim, we've got Bob, we've got Sandra, we've got Alexia, and all of them specialize in different areas of mental health. Like, where's the one-stop shop? And then you may not even like any of them, so then you have to go to the next list of therapists, and it's all just like a mess. It's just a mess.
It truly is. I know I started my therapy journey last year, and it, like you said, it did feel like dating. Like, I had some therapists that made it about themselves.
What's up, Pew?
Which
I'm
I
back
get
from my
trying
second
to
chicken
relate
nacho
to
meal.
your patient, but to just make it solely about yourself, I was like, nope, I can't do that. So then I went to another therapist, and this therapist reminded me of like a father I never had. So then I was like, wait, is this really the type of therapist that I need? Because maybe I'm only leeching on to you because you're giving me like this father like figure, but is that really helping me? I went through a few, and then also I had some therapists that gave me probably the worst advice of my fucking life. And I wish to God that did not have this therapist at the time, because quite honestly, it made my situation
okay,
and what
Bill.
I was going through like 20 times worse than it needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just one of those, it really, it sucks because you really do have to keep going until you find someone that you click with. I did find one that I clicked with, and she's a badass, and she definitely will stay in touch with me no matter what.
That's
but
a good
I
thing.
haven't been able to see her for a couple of months just because therapy is expensive.
Yes.
And it's a privilege. Like, it is truly a privilege to be able to have a therapist and see one consistently, because that is an expensive form of treatment to have that not many people are able to have.
The sheer, yes, you're absolutely correct. The sheer access to like therapy is, again, you're right, it's a privilege and it's expensive. For example, it cost me about $120 to $180 per session. And like that's a lot of money. And like, think about that. Think about what you can do with that extra like $120, $180, you know? for some people that's like 2 weeks worth of groceries or like a couple of gas tank fill ups and like just all kinds of things. And it just it's rough. It's rough. Which leads me to kind of like, again, like the alternative versions of like finding therapy in numerous places. It doesn't have to necessarily be a person who's jotting notes down, but it can be anything. Something as simple as a walk through nature is like enough to like change your perspective and like help your day.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Or listening to music. Sometimes music can definitely help change my mood, and it's the type of music you listen to as well too. Like I have a literal sad bitch playlist where it's all sad music and it's like
Yeah.
Debbie Downer type shit. And I'm like, this ain't helping me. This is keeping me in this like sad mood. So then I switch it up to something maybe more upbeat. And then next thing you know, you're starting to feel a little bit better because you're also giving your mind something more positive to focus on rather than
Mhm.
focusing on something that's going to be there at the end of the day until it gets resolved or whatever
I
it may
agree.
be. So
I agree
that's
completely.
the difficult thing though. Very
Friendships
difficult
could be therapy. They absolutely can be.
to be able to put aside what it is that you're internally maybe going through and then still trying to be, what's the word, like present and happy and go minute by minute in the real world when mentally in your mind you're literally fighting against everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Or at least for me anyways, right? I found a lot of peace in philosophy. I found a lot of peace in philosophy from cultures and nations much older than myself. Just the general like thought path of people who came before me and their introspective kind of like ways of going about their lives was kind of really eye opening. Like even like, for example, samurai culture is very interesting. It's not all like swords and raiding villages and everything, but there were some like really critical thinkers there. The Greeks and the Romans had Stoics, who very just like interesting people. And then on top of that, like just the numerous amount of like contributions worldwide from all of the countries that contributed to like arts, math, science, everything like that. But like something about philosophy, the Socratic discussion and just kind of like whittling your way to a point through like questions is, I don't know, it's so interesting that perspective can be changed through a calm, cool, and collected series of questions. And I find it very unique that people these days have such a hard time like associating like
Mhm.
with each other. Just like not everybody, and like this is just another personal belief, right? But I feel like not everybody is capable of living life in somebody else's shoes.
Mm.
So like, there are perspectives out there that like I probably will never ever be able to grasp or fathom. Um and like I'm accepting of that, but I'm also weary of it because, like I'm not a perfect person, and I want to understand. That's honestly, that's like one of the biggest things ever, is like the want and willingness to understand somebody, their perspective, their way of life, versus just being like, it doesn't align with me and I want nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Oof,
How we doing,
yes.
Rab?
I think that you don't have to necessarily go through what someone has gone through to be able to at least try to understand where they're coming from and understand their journey and their path in life. Doesn't mean that you might always agree with it or um, relate to it or think that maybe even the way that they're handling it is the correct way or the way you might go about doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think being able to see someone for who they are and what they're willing to express to you as well too, I wish more people was able to do that without necessarily being, I'm going to use the word judgmental,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
I've had that experience. which doesn't help with the whole. I feel like the common theme of the series has been communication.
Absolutely.
If we don't communicate as humans, we will never be able to learn from each other, grow from each other, and expand from one another. But we can't do that if we're afraid that we're going to be judged or we're going to be looked at negatively. Like even being on this platform, sometimes I get very anxious when I have other supporters from my adult entertainment side come in and show support, because people know me here as one way, and there is so much
We're good, Rap.
stigma
How are you?
against being an
Hello,
adult
Buck.
content creator.
Hi,
where
guys.
I
I'm
almost
sorry. I'm
have
not
to
trying to
live
ignore
two
chat.
separate lives. Like, I've had to go through certain loops and hoops to rebrand myself completely, like way different, just so that way I'm not stigmatized and looked at in such a negative way because of what I choose to do with my life and my body. And that doesn't change who I am at a core of a person, just like playing video games doesn't change how someone is at the core of
Absolutely.
them as a person. So it's that judgment, I think, makes it very scary
This is Sasha.
for people to want to open up and to
Can we get
talk
her?
about
Can we get her
certain
name
things as
added
well,
to
too.
the title, and then can we also pin her link? Yes, and one of, you know, again, hindsight is 2020, right? Because we were at one point, we were all types of people, right? And like, I think the more society progresses, like I think that like the inability for people to communicate effectively is like detrimental to our society, because like there's a social words there's a social falling off that's happening right now, which is really bad. Nobody wants to associate with each other. Everybody's picking sides about one thing or another, and it's ruining everything. um and to touch bases like on my point from earlier, where like there are just perspectives I will never understand. It's not for a lack of wanting to understand them, because I want to understand everything, but like I'm a cis white dude, right? Like I only know what I know, and I lived what I lived, and everything like that, but like I don't understand the difficulties that like other people face, because I have my own difficulties. But if you're willing to tell me about them, then I'm willing to listen. And I think that is an important point to distinctify. Distinctify, is that even a word? It's not a word, but to make distinct,
It
right?
was
Like,
to me.
yeah, you get it. But
Yeah.
like, it's important to always like keep an open mind and understand that like not being able to like truly experience what somebody else has gone through, but being willing to listen and understand and not be judgmental, right? Because like sometimes people be going through shit. They say things, they do things, and they exist in their certain way. And it can be painful. It can certainly be painful for them. And then like, to exist in kind of like your own little bubble and everything, and then look down on a person for living a certain way or existing a certain way, or like, society is dominated by people who want to drive Bugattis and want to have flashy clothes and want to live in penthouses, but like not everybody can afford that lifestyle. And the rich be rich, and the not rich be not rich, but like we're all humans at the end of the day. And I think like we have a duty to each other to like, even if it doesn't serve any other purpose other than like helping a person, we need to be able to do something, right? Like it could be as simple as giving somebody who's homeless like the remainder of your meal.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people get to go out and like order food and enjoy a night on the town, but some people don't have that option. Some people are at home trying to rest up before they go to work to feed their kids, or they're trying to get out of debt, or they're trying to do this, they're trying to do that. And then some people just kind of like wave their lifestyle around in other people's faces, and like that's horrible. But like some people also don't know any better. Some people don't know that they're being assholes. And like you can gently remind a person without like creating conflict. Like, hey, like I don't fuck with that type shit. Like, again, my personal opinion is like do good unto others, because like tomorrow's not promised type thing.
Very true.
And like, what do you want to be remembered as? Do you want to be remembered as like a kind person who is like helpful and cared and like actually gave a shit, or do you want to be the guy who was like waving around a wad of cash and telling everybody to fuck themselves? You have a boss ass attitude. I appreciate that. It
yeah.
thanks. It's the trauma.
It's, at the end of the day, I think it's just being a kind person. But no matter what, I think as people, we are all judgmental in some form or degree.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna sit here and act like I don't be judging people. I ain't never judged nobody,
Oh,
or I've never
absolutely.
said anything bad about somebody,
Oh,
because I sure have.
absolutely, absolutely. Came in the middle of what you're saying, and I feel that
I
hard.
will probably till the day I'm no longer here. But I do try.
Thank you for that follow.
Thank
you, appreciate you.
And I try to. I have always thought about, when I'm gone, what am I going to be remembered for? And I've always wanted to be remembered for something positive. I want to leave this planet knowing that I did something small. It doesn't even have to be anything huge. And one of my biggest things has always been creating a space for people that look like me, and specifically women that look like me. Because growing up, a lot of things that I really enjoyed doing is like YouTube and I don't know, like just social media, and wanting to be a part of the content creation world or modeling. Like, there weren't a lot of black girl, specifically dark skin, thick, curvaceous black girls that looked like me.
John
and
has
it
a lot of
always
homeless
made
people,
me
and their
sad
stories are
and
so
feel like,
heartbreaking and also scary.
that's not
It is
for me, because
it really is, and it
there's
sucks.
no one that looks like me, so I'm gonna assume it's not for me. And then
You
I got older and I said,
just
no,
be a good
fuck
person,
that.
man.
There may not be a lot of people that look like me doing this right now, but I'm gonna fucking try, and I'm gonna try to open up a path, and I'm gonna bring us all in together. Because if one of us makes it, then we all make it. And that's not to discredit any other race. This is specifically just off of how I grew up. And let's just be honest and let's fucking talk about it.
Yeah.
This is real life shit. Yes, it's 2025 now. There's a lot more representation. Thank fucking God for that. But that also took for a lot of us to sit there and go through so much pain, and go through so much embarrassment, and go through being told that they weren't good enough, or that they weren't valued. So that way I can sit in this fucking chair on this camera in front of all of these people and be able to do this, and not, I mean, granted, there are still the racist trolls out there, but that'll always be there.
Yeah.
But I have more of an opportunity. So that is something that I feel like I try to leave for my little footprint here on this, in this world, because that's all we have.
Absolutely.
Why not live it, in a good way?
Absolutely. And so like there's a lot to be said about like content creation in general, right? And I think that this is important to bring up because we're talking about like finding some kind of like mental health and everything. Content creation is something that exists to chew you up. It takes so much time, effort, and energy, and some people are like really gunning for it, and they're like live, eat, breathe shit content creation, and like that's fucking amazing, and I'm so proud of them. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of literally anybody who gets out of bed and puts an effort in the day. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you because you overcame the odds and you're doing the thing. And again, congratulations, kudos. That's fucking stellar. There are some people who can't find the motivation, and like those are the people that like we all need to reach, right? Like anybody can do anything that they put their mind to, as long as they give it like a concerted and good old fashioned college American try. Like anybody can do anything. It's a process, right? And like with content creation, especially, so I am a prior Twitch streamer, coming from like the VTuber area of things. And I left Twitch after my father passed. because I needed like to take some time to process that. Part of like trauma is processing, and like I didn't have a good relationship with my father. My father was a career criminal and just an all around terrible person. Oh, you don't have to be sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I'm existing and living proof that like you can truly be or do anything despite circumstance, as many other people who are sitting in their chairs and speaking on streams are today. You know, and I wouldn't, you know, go out of my way and be like, I'm a warrior, bro. I'm a fucking survivor. I had my fair shit of licks in life, and they weren't great. They, you know, like, but we don't get any re-rolls. We don't get to choose our circumstances growing up, and like in coming up, like I made the right choices for myself that led me here today, and I'm thankful for it. I think you seem like an incredibly honorable person. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You are very nice. But like, you know, my father was a terrible person. My mother kind of absentee. I had to sort of like raise my siblings and do the thing. So I didn't really get like the textbook like childhood that like everybody kind of like pines after. Because like when you're forced to grow up a little bit earlier and you have to take care of business, it gets hard. It gets very hard. But like as a result, I grew stronger. I grew smarter. I understood things faster. And now I work a really good job and I get to be a shit poster on the internet, and like that's super cool and everything. But like outside of that, like there's always that piece of like longing to belong and like really understand. Like I wouldn't go as far as to say like I'm like the outsider or anything, because I've made a lot of really good friends along the way. You know, I've met a lot of really amazing people, and I've gotten to like just exist in a time and in a sphere. Not a shit poster. You don't know me well enough yet. But like the biggest thing is like streaming is one of those insulated bubbles, right? Like when you're streaming, especially somebody like me, you know, like I'm not African American, so I can't even begin to imagine the things that people have had to exist with and deal with on a scale of something that like I wasn't born into that. I'm a fucking poor Bostonian kid. And like, you know, I recognize my roots and everything, but like there are some really shitty ass people out there, and like they just exist and they're full of hate and they spit nothing but vitriol, and like it's 2025, dude. It's literally 2025. Like those people on the subject of getting help, those people need help, right? Like hate is not like you're not born with hate. You inherit hate. You learn hate.
You're taught it.
You're taught it. You're taught it. And like, you know, the biggest thing is like I said earlier, just be a good person. It takes literally nothing, no effort. It costs nothing. It doesn't detriment you. It doesn't deduct anything to just be a good person. And like, again, I'm not perfect. I say some shitty things. I'm a dick sometimes, but like recognizing and being able to be like, all right, I need to pump the brakes real quick and like unfuck my shit, is super, super important, because otherwise everybody is just on this crash course to like burn out supernova style. And, you know, nobody recognizes it until it's too late. And like the last thing I think I ever want to be faced with is like the allegation that I didn't try to be a better person. Every day I wake up, I have to look at this face, and so the actions of the day before have to rest on my shoulders. And if I'm not happy with who I am today, you know, what can I do to make myself happy with myself for tomorrow?
Yes. You need to learn
You're a
how to
sweet guy
make
with a good heart.
yourself
Thank you.
happy
Thank you,
before
thank you.
anything. And I don't want to dive in too deeply, because I know sometimes topics about like race and politics can get a little tricky, because sometimes
History
we don't know
validates
how
my
to be
beliefs
mature and
that I'm
have
more than
adult
capable of
conversations
standing
about
for.
it.
Absolutely.
But it's funny that
Absolutely.
we even got to this point, because yes, definitely, Wes, please do. I went to the store this morning because I needed to get more canvases. I had ran out. And I wasn't this.
I believe in you,
get
Kuya.
at least
I believe in everyone, dude. You all can do everything you
I don't
want.
know, racist troll a day from streaming, you know. In person, it's kind of died down a little bit, but I used to get it quite a bit. But today I was minding my own business, going out, you know, to get my art supplies or whatever. And there was a man, a white man with his daughter. And then there was a white woman that was coming out. And then I was walking up. So it was like we were all basically in the same space together. And the man held the door open for the woman. And as she was walking out, I was about to walk in and he let the door go. I really don't care. You know, it's like, whatever. I can open my own door. But what got me was that his daughter asked him and said, Dad, why didn't we hold that door open for that lady? And he said, oh, we don't do that for Black people. And I had a moment where I was like, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, I'm just living. Like, and then I'm like, this is why racism will never go away, because it's taught. Like, the hate is literally taught. And for a moment, I went into the store and I was like, my mind was kind of like, damn, like, what the fuck did I do? Like, I'm literally just here existing at the Dollar Tree of all places. Like, bro, we're at the Dollar Tree.
Fucking, that's crazy. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's awful. And honestly, I hope that guy stubs his toe really bad and has to go get like an ingrown toenail removed or something. Because like,
I did think some negative things, but then I'm like, you know what? I can let this one moment ruin my entire day, which it has before. Like, when I was younger, it would ruin my entire day and I would feel like less of a person. As an adult now, you know, I'm kind of learning more about myself and getting my own confidence and getting value within myself. It doesn't hurt as much, but it's just little things like that where I'm like, damn, now your daughter is going to believe that this is the correct way to handle this specific type of people. And then
what's
the cycle will
litmus
just
test?
keep going, and this type of hatred will never fucking end. And I hope that when she grows up that she can develop, you know, a mind of her own and make her own choices, because it is just a sad that's experience.
Fucking really terrible. That's really, honestly, that's really fucking awful. Free Palestine.
Let me go up really quickly.
I support
because,
it, man.
Wait, Wes had a question. Can we pull some things that Beard has said? Because
don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Okay with that, or
oh yeah, go for it. Go for it. No, go for it. Go for it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, why not?
Because we totally don't have to.
Yeah. And when I say so
we got the green light. We got the green light.
When I say like I support it, right? Like
sorry, I'm trying to.
I think that atrocity worldwide is a terrible thing.
A little bit here too, but I'm so lost in here.
Like, atrocity is
in
atrocity.
Our conversation here,
the loss of human life, especially senselessly, like it's happening, is awful. Awful.
Let's hit a little bit, because you've mentioned it a few times about how you grew up, and you grew up poor, as something I can relate to as well. Do you ever feel like, or ever had moments where you thought that you would forever be like that, and that life wouldn't look better? Like were you ever able to envision a future that you have now when you were that little poor kid that, you know, like you said, sometimes you were trying to figure out day by day getting something to eat, which is a hard thing to have to live with when you're a child, for sure.
Absolutely. I would say picturing myself as I am now as a child seemed almost like an impossibility. There were times where just like existing in my father's presence was like enough to catch a beating, and like not to woe is me type of stuff, but like one time he beat me so bad I couldn't walk for a week. So like there were times when I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna live, right? Like, why? And then like as a child you always question things like, you know, why doesn't my dad love me? Why doesn't my mom like protect me? All of these things. And I mean, like, you know, my mom's did her best. She had food on the table. You know, we never personally like went hungry. Like sometimes it was a bit scrappy, but like, you know, I'm a full grown adult male now. You know, we made it out. But like as a child, I don't think I could have ever really like factually pictured myself as like a web developer or anything like that. But like at the time, right? Because you know, like when you're a kid, you're just like, I want to be a fucking astronaut, or like I want to be a firefighter. You know, I always thought that like the guys who climbed like skyscrapers were super fucking cool. Like I was always like, man, I wish I could do that. And then like I was afraid of heights. Dead ass. I was always like, I wish I was courageous enough to climb up the wall. But like anytime I like looked over like a large set of steps, like going up to the house, I would basically piss my pants. But I also didn't really have like a good scope. I didn't have a really good scope of like what, you know, my life should have looked like, right? Because like we were bouncing around place to place. Like sometimes we would stay at a place for like a month. Sometimes we would stay there for like a year. And it wasn't until I became like a fucking like a teenager, and you know, my mom, God bless, like she made it out of the fucking trenches, honestly. We moved, you know, further up north, so we're no longer in Massachusetts. But like, you know, as a teenager, you know, I did the edgy teenager phase, as we all do. You know, we're all fucking weirdos when we're teens, and we're all like crapped up on fucking hormones, and nothing makes sense, and all we want to do is just fucking rub ourselves on things and disobey everything. But like as a teenager, I spent an exorbitant amount of time like on the internet, and that's sort of like, I guess you could say, like the beginning of like, I guess, where I am now, right? I always had like a vested interest in like technology. Jesus, you don't have to make it sound so wrong. Hey, listen, if that's wrong, I don't want to be right. You know,
Give me a good stiff couch.
Yeah. Hey, yo. But like the biggest thing is like, I didn't really have a good enough scope for like what it was to grow up and be a successful adult. And like, what is success? Like, what defines success? For some people that's monetary value. For some people that's like the good feeling that you get at the end of the day. For many other reasons, like people can define success, but like for me, success is like being able to like recall the things that happened and know that I'm never fucking going back there. You're doing success?
What is success has been a question that I have a very hard time trying to answer for myself. And it used to be, and I feel like a lot of it still is based off of how much money is in my bank account. Like, am I able to have all my bills paid? And if I want to go fly out to New York and, you know, go have a vacation, I can do that, no problems. But I'm also realizing that success also to me means about who do I have in my corner at the end of the day. When I wake up and I go to sleep, who's there for me?
Being able to do the things you love.
Truly there for me, because life is full of so much happiness. Money, that shit will come and go. You can make it and you can lose it, and then you can try to get it right back. Money comes and goes, but the relationships and the bonds that you create with people, that is something that I feel is priceless. And it's a hard thing because I still don't really know what success means to me, and being in this line of work makes it almost judge my opinion on it, because I compare myself to the colleagues in my space, and I'm like, well, shit, they're making like, I don't know, however much a month, and I'm like, damn, well, maybe I'm not as successful as I think I am, because I'm nowhere near, you know, I always use Kai Cenat as an example, because he is literally like fucking everybody knows who he is. He's paving the way. He's
fucking out there,
taking streaming to a whole new level. But I ain't making Kai type of money. Okay.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm just saying, like, it's one thing, right? Like monetary value is totally acceptable. And I respect that. I 150% respect that. But like, I don't know, some people are like, tangible assets, like, I like my little smartwatch, right? And somebody's like, yeah, I got a Rolex, and it's like, cool, does it tell time? Mine does. Like, who fucking cares, right? Like, I don't know. I see it a lot on the internet, and a lot of people, they think it's like this huge flex to like have all of these things, and it's like, it's really not, because like whether you're like a millionaire or like somebody like me, right? Like at the end of the day, our bodies are gonna be in a 6-foot box at the like end all be all, and then eventually the sun's gonna explode if you believe in that kind of stuff, and like doesn't matter if you built a fucking huge business empire, because time is fleeting. Time is fleeting. Utilize the time the best that you can, and if that like makes you happy, and like because don't get me wrong, life sucks sometimes, but it is in fact a lot easier to cry in a Ferrari. I get that, but like sometimes it's okay to cry in a Honda Civic, because that's what you have, and you're still releasing your emotions, and then you can go home and you can eat like your food and exist. And like, I think people are just so caught up on like, I need this in order to be happy, I need this in order to be happy, I need this in order, and it's like consumerism of things, of stuff, like the moments that are fleeting. Like, before there were like cell phones that we could like take pictures of everything, like nobody was taking fucking pictures of their food at the table. They were just eating the food, and they were like, wow, that was a really good meal, I can't wait to go back here in the next couple of weeks. Maybe they rotate the menu, right? Like going to a concert wasn't like full of fucking phone flashes. I'm just using the phone as the example, right? Like, you just lived in the moment, you just experienced it. But like, now it's like, click for views, and it's like, are the views really that important? Are you willing to document every moment of your life in order to get some kind of like internet validation? And I mean, I talk this shit, right, as a streamer, right? Like, that's the whole thing. It's a popularity contest where I'm like, give me likes and I will make you laugh sometimes. And like, they spend time, and like sometimes people come in and they're like, hey, you know what, that was actually pretty good, kid, here's $5. And I'm like, oh, thank you, I'll put your toes in my mouth. But like,
Put your toes in my mouth.
But like, the biggest thing is like, where do you find happiness in all of that, right? Like, and then extend that understanding to literally everything else that you do in life, right? So like, where do you find happiness in just going for a walk, right? Like, maybe instead of taking the car to the corner store, right, spend the 20 minutes it takes, the 10 minutes to get over there, and then the 10 minutes to get back. I don't know, like, approximately, I'm just making approximations, but the difference between like getting in your car and spending the extra money on gas to like go to the store, or just walking your ass over to pick up like a snack because you're just like, you know what, a snack actually sounds pretty good right now, is like huge, because then it's almost like a better reward. Like, hey, I left the house and I walked over here to get this, and now it tastes better, right?
Yeah.
Like, instant gratification is one of those things I think that we're probably going to be like grappling with up until like, maybe I don't even know. Like, it's just the source of instant gratification these days is like, it's so instant. Don't want to cook dinner? Order a DoorDash,
Oh my God, yes. That is something that like we try to like hold each other accountable for. Is we get so used to being like, you know what, fuck it, let's just Uber Eats or let's DoorDash. And when there's a fridge full of food that is not being used because both of us are either just lazy or just not motivated in that moment, and we're like, fuck it, you know what, let's just, it's the instant gratification. But then later on, it's like, then there's like the possibility of complaining about it, because like, oh man, we spent all this money on DoorDash and Uber Eats when we could have been saving that. So the instant gratification is definitely something
I got a
that
shirt? Hell yeah.
I struggle with. I think you hit something that actually really made me go, you know what? I am actually pretty successful because I have a 2017 Nissan Sentra. And when
Let's
I bought
fucking
that
go.
bitch, she was brand new. She was fresh
Let's
off the
go.
lot. I was the first owner. And I
Huge.
paid my car note by myself. No one
Fuck
gave me
yeah.
a penny or a dime, and I
Fuck
paid that
yeah.
off. And
That's
I paid it
awesome.
off last year. Like,
Congratulations.
thank you. When I went to go get my car registered and my tags and stuff, the DMV guy was like, so, like, who's your lien holder? I was like, oh, no. I own it. It's paid in full. And he was like, he asked me, like, oh, so, like, there's no bank? I said, no. Paid in full. It's just my name. And he
Let's
was like,
fucking
oh,
go.
okay, congratulations.
Hell
I was
yeah.
like, yeah, no, like, I own this bitch. And it's, you know, it's a basic 2017, but man, the amount of cries I've had in that hoe feel just as good. And honestly, if it was a Bugatti, I probably would feel like awkward and uncomfortable because
I can't get this
what
on the
fuck
seats.
am I doing?
I can't get this on the
literally.
seats.
Like, we went to, I always bring this up because for my birthday, we went to this very nice restaurant. And I sat in there and you could tell I was visibly uncomfortable. But it was because, like, they had different forks on the fucking table. And my ass is like, wait, I thought a fork is a fork.
No.
Like, what the fuck you mean?
Yeah.
There's different types of forks. And I was like, you know, as much as, like, it's nice to do nice, extravagant things like that, I'm really just, like, a regular type of bitch. Like, maybe once in a blue moon, cool, but that type of stuff makes me uncomfortable because that's not my normality. I did want a fancy spot. I wanted a fancy spot so bad.
Yep.
And I found the nicest steak fucking restaurant we could go to, and I sat in that bitch like,
Yep. No, I've been there. I've actually been there. And sometimes, you know what? Again, with the hindsight, I love hindsight, right? You look back on that and then you're like, honestly, I probably could have just fucking dipped out of that place and went and got chicken wings and been just as excited. You know?
100%. Don't get me wrong, the food was busting.
Oh, I bet. Listen,
It was so good.
when they break out the fancy forks, you know that shit about to hit.
Man, when they have to warn you, don't touch the plate like 50 times before the food come out.
Yep.
No, it's for the bus.
Oh yeah.
But those are also things like, you know, little things like that. Oh, that's success. You know, like,
absolutely.
Little me, like childhood me. You know, like my mom was an amazing parent. She just didn't know how to be a mother, and that's also because I'm learning as an adult. She didn't have a mother to be there for her either. And there's that generational pattern. And she would do everything she could.
Sorry,
you
guys,
know, she would make sure we would eat. She wouldn't eat herself at times, so that way we could eat.
So glad I found you because you must be one of the most wholesome people
in these streets to make for sure. Like,
you remember to look at our lives from the outside sometimes. Yes.
I wanted to be a professional dancer so bad. She bought me a ballet bar, which that shit is expensive. A ballet bar in the ghetto, ghetto of Los Angeles, in the hood, in the hood is apartment, just so that way I could fulfill my dreams. Like, that is the type of woman my mom is. But as a kid, I always, like, the life I have now sometimes feels a little surreal because I could never imagine my life being like this, being able, you know, go to a steak restaurant or being able to even have this microphone or have the laptop I have or being able to drive a car. I bought my first car when I was like 25 because I couldn't afford it at the time, you know, like I didn't have a car growing up as a kid. So I think that is an important message that I'm realizing during this conversation that I hope kind of...
Is Alexander, thank you so much for that follow.
Other people can realize is that there's so many reasons to feel success for, and it doesn't always have to be something that is compared to someone else's success because all of our success looks different at the end of the day.
It does. And, you know, like to sort of elaborate on that, right? Like, taking pride in the small things that you accomplish is just as huge of an accomplishment as taking pride in some of the bigger things, right? Like, again, you know, I wake up some days and I'm just like, man, I really don't want to do any of the house chores that I'm doing right now. Like, sometimes it's okay to pat yourself on the back because you folded laundry. That's a fucking win. That's a win in my book, right? you know. And like people just like oftentimes forget that like little successes are still successes, and how you sort of like modulate, moderate, and like facilitate what success is in your mind is, I would say, maybe partially programming, right? Because you know we
Mm-hmm.
grew up on like the MTV generation, where it was like all of these like rich beautiful people doing all these cool crazy things, and then like you know you watch Cribs and you're like, I want to live in a house like that. Or like you know the
Mm-hmm.
like God forbid, but like those lucky assholes that got like their rides pimped, that shit was cool. I want a PS2 in every goddamn console in my car. But
Like an
like,
exhibit.
yeah, dude, oh my god, Exhibit's so fucking badass, dude. But like, you know, people chalk up like these experiences and they're like, "Ah, I don't really feel very successful today." And it's like, what do you mean you don't feel successful? Like you made it. You made it. That's success. That is success. And yes, the little goals matter. They really do. And like compounding little goals can turn into big goals, right? Set yourself a
Mm-hmm.
path and then follow that path. You know, and I think that everybody, like I myself, I'm not the greatest at it, but I do my best. I do my best. And like those little tiny goals can compound, they can become something bigger. And like it breaks my heart sometimes when you know people are just like, well, I don't really feel like a success. And it's like, well, why not? And they don't necessarily know how to answer. I don't think anybody has the answer, right? Sometimes it's just like, I'm feeling down today. And hey, what's going on, Lauren? How you doing?
Yeah.
But like the you're doing a great job, thank you. The biggest thing, can we get a shout out for Lauren real quick? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We love Queen Lauren.
Yes. But like success should not be measured in how much money you have or the material possessions that you have, but like just making it through the fucking day is already a success. And
Mm-hmm.
like not being able to recognize that as a symptom of something bigger and worse than just being like, oh man, I'm down to my last $100, right? Like watching another person succeed and not being happy for them and wishing it was you is bad. In my opinion, right? Like I will always firmly believe that if you see like a homie succeed, you celebrate that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You celebrate that to the nines, because like they're doing it, they're doing the thing, right? Every time every one of my people just is like, I had the best fucking day, I had, you know, this, that, and the other thing happened, and I conquered it all. Like I'm so proud of them. I'm proud of every single one of my friends for just doing the thing, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
Greg, for example, Greg's been traveling. He's been doing this huge ass fucking subathon, and he's fucking killing it. He's killing it. He's
Killing
doing
it.
great. And like all of my friends, literally every time I see one of my homies go live, if I have the capacity to do so, I'm in their stream, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Like I'm doing that outside of streaming world, right? Like people will come to me and they're just like, oh man, you know, I had a fucking dog ass day, and it's like, tell me about it, dude. Tell me about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like let's figure this out together, because like I can be the rock that they need to like balance. I can be the place that they can like come to, and like they do that for me, and to me that's a success, right? I'm catering and crafting a community that feels like a family, which is awesome. It's just
Yes.
it's a beautiful thing. And like, you know, appreciate those small beautiful things, right? Like there are millions and there are billions, there's billions of people on the planet, and we don't know every single one of them. And like each one of them has a different viewpoint and a different perspective, and they live a different life. And like how could we ever possibly understand all of that? And like more importantly, how can we meet somewhere in the middle so that way we can like get to understanding it? You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh, yes. I feel like I can dive deep into that for so long, but
How
I
you
do
doing
want to
today,
give another
boss? Been
shout out
seeing you thugging
to
it out on
Greg,
Kick Road.
because Greg is like, I hang out with Greg Nicey Greg in real life. Like we see him
I'm just
at
listening,
least,
don't mind
I
me.
don't know, once a month, maybe once twice every month,
Mm-hmm,
depending on
mm-hmm.
our schedules. And
Oh, Sam,
Greg
thank
is
you.
somebody that really will fucking show up for you, like
Oh,
without a doubt.
absolutely.
Like And same with you. Like you'll be like, "Hey, I'm at work right now," and you'll chat. You'll drop some banger ass tracks, and then you go off and you continue doing what you're doing. And that's something that I really try my hardest to do. And I
Mhm.
feel so guilty when so many people, you know, even if it's 5 minutes, go out
Its
of
name
their
is
way to come in and say,
Bartholomew.
"Hey, Sasha, hey, girl," or "Keep killing it, doing what you're doing," or "Just wanted to say hi."
Mm-hmm.
And then I find myself like when these cameras are off, this wig is off, my real hair is up, I got on a
Yep.
baggy ass t-shirt, I'm looking like,
Yeah, no,
like a
absolutely.
trash bag,
Oh,
as Wes
stop
likes
it.
to say.
The biggest thing though is like, where does that guilt come from? Right? Like, is there anything to actually feel guilty about? Like, you did what you set out to do. There's no guilt in that. And sometimes you just don't have the capacity. And like, that's the other thing too, right? I tell everybody all the time, somebody will be like, "Oh man, hey, I'm sorry I didn't make it to stream." And it's like, dude, don't worry about it. Like, people got lives. People got like, I myself, I fucking super dashed from work to here to be here, right? But like, some people work 8, 10, 12 hours, and then like they're fucking cooked. And then they apologize to me and they're like, "Oh, I'm really sorry I wasn't at your stream." And it's like, dude, don't apologize. You just told me you did a fucking 12-hour. Go get fed and just go lay down. Like, there's no obligation and there's no reason to feel guilt, because like, the guilt exists because you're a good person and because you want to support your friends. Just so we're clear. The guilt exists
Yes.
because you're like, "Hey, I really want to support you, but I'm a little bit tired. Like, I got me stuff I got to take care of." That's
Mm-hmm.
why that's why the guilt exists, is because you actually give a fuck. But you shouldn't feel
Mm.
guilty, because the ones who know will understand. The ones who understand will be like, "You know what? That's okay." And again, streaming is very much like it's a popularity contest. And that's okay. Like, we all see it for what it is, and a lot of people, they'll just kind of like throw the blinders up and be like, "Yeah, it's not really, like, you got to do all this work." But like, streaming is a popularity contest, and it's also, again, very draining, like we talked about earlier. Um, so even if you're just like, "All right, fucking stream's over, camera's off, I'm getting in sweats, and I'm fucking off for the rest of the night because I need a rest," there should be no guilt in your heart, because you did the thing. And whether again, capacity is very important, right? Because I see you in chats all the time, because I'm in those same chats. And the fact that you're making the effort is noticed. It's noticed by everyone. Literally anyone who sits in front of their PC to spend like just the tiniest amount of time, like, hanging out and doing the thing, is, they notice that stuff, right? Like, I'm
Mm.
lucky, I'm blessed, because I'm a small creator and I can still remember like everybody's names. I can't imagine what it's like when you're at like over 1,000, over 5,000, over 10,000, and fucking stream is just running the shit. And it's like, how do you like pause shit and like, you're like, "Hey, contestant number 676, how are you today?" And like,
Yeah,
like,
it
don't
is
ever feel
hard.
guilty. Don't ever feel guilty for not, like, or I guess I should say, don't ever feel guilty for perceiving that like your inactivity in somebody's stream is like you just being like shitty or something, because you're literally like, I see you all the time, you're out there, you're active, you're doing the thing, and it's because you give a fuck, and because you want to build like actual relationships and connections with people. And like, there are people who are doing this like for the bag, right? Like, some people, and it's interesting, right? Touching on streamer culture and the whole nine, there are people who are just in it because they think that they can make like a quick buck, right? Like, there's no entertainment value.
Right.
They're staring at their screen. Maybe they like grunt and fart a little bit every once in a while. But like, some people are like in it for the bag, and it's like, it is a job. You do have to cultivate a culture. You do have to do this, that, and the other thing. So like, if you're doing the
Yep.
absolute bare minimum, you get no return on investment. And you
Yep.
know, so like, again, I'm proud as shit of you, because I see you in the chats. I see you doing all these interesting things. I see you harnessing your art, and like, I see it. We all see it, because we all watch, and we all listen, and we all care.
Thank you. I mean, it does mean a lot hearing that, because I feel like I could do more in showing up for people, because a lot of people show up for me. I have so much fucking support from people that I didn't even knew who the fuck I was. But I know that I can do a way better job of also showing up for those people in the same way that they show up for me too. And I know that people don't expect the same thing in return, but that's just like, you know, who I want to be as well too. And I think the guilt comes from because I do get exhausted. Like I get mentally drained a lot of the times, especially from streaming because, you know, I'm doing streaming a lot different this year. I'm sober when I stream. I think I had two not even two glasses. It was like one glass together if you filled it up of wine and man, I was tipsy. But that's cuz like the vibe was good and I wasn't drinking because I had to stream. I was just living in the moment, but I making an effort to stream sober because I have an alcohol abuse addiction that I'm working on, and I use alcohol, especially for streaming, to feel like I could be a better xosasharaee. I'm
Right.
more fun when I'm under the influence, and so yeah, when I do log off, I'm mentally drained, and then I have real life shit. I have a real
Right.
life outside of streaming that I have to then deal with. And mentally, you know, now I have to switch brains from being xosasharaee to being me, and
Right.
that can be a lot. So, but yeah, that is where the guilt comes from because I do care, and you know, I'm very lucky enough to have a partner that also reminds me of how important it is to show up for people because sometimes I can forget because I get so caught up in just my own world and what I have going on. And without that extra support and that, I don't think that it would be so implanted in my mind, knowing that the little, like even a simple hey in someone's chat can go a long way.
It really
and
can.
I'm very grateful for that.
The most beautiful thing, right, is like seeing people come together as a community to support each other, to truly like witness people just going above and beyond to just be like, how the fuck is your day, right? And like mean it, like really mean it. Like there's some hollow ass like hellos out there, and like that's just part of broadcasting anything.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I just saw a command that said "girl, stop," and it gets me every fucking time. I'm so
You're good. You're good.
sorry. Please continue.
You're good. You're good. The biggest thing, yeah, is just like seeing people come together as a community, right? Like people who are strangers from all over the place, potentially making real like friendships and like dedicating time to like spending time with each other. Like that's the raddest shit ever. That's what I want to cultivate in my channel is like, I don't have to be the best streamer in the world. I just have to be a streamer, and everybody has to feel comfortable enough to like, I don't know, ride the ride and, you know, experience life and existence as it is, because like at the end of the day, right, making friends is awesome as fuck. And, you know, the older you get, the more lonely it becomes. You know, like at 32, it's really hard to find other 32-year-olds. Yeah, I know.
I'm just kidding.
Damn.
I'm older than
All right.
you.
Damn, that's crazy.
I'm
All
older
right,
than you.
you guys, something just came up on stream. I gotta actually, you know, Sasha, this was great. I had a really good time. I'm gonna go finish this picture while I contemplate everything.
It makes me feel better. I'm older.
I would have never guessed. I honestly would have never guessed. But like, yeah, I don't know. I just like as a 32-year-old dude, I don't really like, I don't know. I'm very insulated. I love my life and everything, and I love my friends, and like they're super rad. But like, I don't know. Is there like a fucking pig pen that all the 32-year-olds hang out at, so I can be like, hey, how's your 401k, and also what's your sports team? Because like, I don't know, there's just like, there's not really a whole lot of that. Like after high school and college and everything just starts to like fade out and fade off, and like that's depressing as fuck. That's super depressing, because like, you know, not to shit on the younger generation, but like, what the fuck is a skibbity? How did we get there?
A what?
See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Literally, like, I started seeing like Skibbity Toilet or whatever the fuck that is on like YouTube, and I was like, what is
What the
this?
hell?
I don't know. I don't know. And like, when's the next thing? When's the next thing? Like, I don't know. Back in my day, we called asses, and like, you know, it's just like, how did we get here? But I'm not gonna lie. Some of the brain rot is actually pretty rad.
Wes said that the first time he saw you, he legit knew that you were someone to look out for. Like, legit gives off great human vibes.
All right, Wes. About 10 minutes from now, I will meet you behind the Denny's. You are getting your cock sucked. In Minecraft, of course.
Behind the Denny's, though.
Listen,
damn.
Listen, I know what I'm about. But no,
SMDH.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
He said, "In fact, I'm there. You got it, buddy.
Let's
I'll see you there."
Let's go. The biggest thing is like, and I appreciate that, Wes. That's actually really kind of you to say. And I honestly, I hope that, you know, I can continue to make good impressions on everyone. Like I truly want people to like feel comfortable in my presence, because like, you know, there are times when like I'll just go off on a fucking on a ringer, I guess, and like I'm just unapologetically myself, and I've had people be like, "Oh, what the fuck, dude? Like, what's wrong with you?" And it's like, "Oh, I was just trying to be funny. All right, I guess I'll go away now." And it's like, you know, that's also like, that's a big me thing, right? Is like, I feel like until I really get to know a person, I can't truly be myself. I have to kind of like mask up a little bit, because like, you never know how somebody's going to actually react. And like, you know, I would say I'm a pretty goofy guy. Like, you know, not trying to like sell myself short or anything, but like I'm a few screws loose, and like, that's okay. But I'm also,
all, though?
yeah, well, exactly. That's the other thing too, right? Is like, just as we talked about success, what exactly is normal, right? And what is the perception of normal? Like, I know what I'm about, and I know who I am, and I'm proud of that. But I also understand that I'm not going to be everybody's taste. And, you know, for every one person that hates me, 50 more might be like, "Fuck yeah, this guy's great." Like, what was it? I like to make jokes. I joke so much, sometimes to the detriment of myself, because there comes a certain point when like, sometimes it's too many jokes, but I haven't quite learned that line yet, because I use humor as a way to cope with everything. Because I find that laughter is a great medicine, and you know, but some people just aren't in the mood to laugh. And you know, you gotta, again, just like people have to figure me out, I have to figure people out. So that way I know, like, if I say X, then, you know, Y isn't going to happen, and they're not going to be like, "I'm going to skin you," you know? So there is that. But like, I don't know. It's just, for me personally, it is an increasingly difficult thing to kind of like find the line with new people, because like, you know, at first when you're like getting to know everybody and everything's fine, but like, sometimes, you know, people will come in the middle of my stream and they'll be like, "What the fuck is this?" Like, I don't know. I've had a few like post stream DMs where people are just like, "I fucking hate everything about you," and I'm like, "I'm sorry you feel that way."
Jeez.
Yeah, and but like, that affects me deeply, because it's like, well, what did I do? And then like, you know, I get hit with like the instant block or something like that, and I'm like, okay, so like, you're just here to tell me like that you hate me, but like, not why, you know?
Right.
So it's like, it's little stuff like that. I just got back, and I also hate everything about you. Thank you very much. But like, you know, it's definitely like, it's troublesome, and it leaves you wondering. It leaves you wondering, like, am I doing the right things? Am I doing the wrong things? And like, doubt. I would say that self-doubt is probably my biggest like Achilles tendon you know, like I find like even in a room full of people, I can sometimes feel alone. And it's because it's, you know, no fault of my own, I guess, but like being, you know, being somebody who's like always trying to like lift up everybody else and pour their glass out for everyone else, it oftentimes leaves you with like not a lot for yourself, and it can fill you full of a lot of doubt, and then that becomes like some real deep dark shit, and then like that's hard, that's really hard. But like how do you go about, you know, counteracting that? And like that's kind of like the journey that I'm on right now. It's like, how do I rid myself of all of my self-doubt? I've strangely felt that way. I mean,
you have to just remind yourself that
existence.
that
But I love you to pieces.
you that man, okay?
All right, go ahead. You know what, Sasha, you have my permission. You can say it. You can say it. As a matter of fact, I want you to say it.
Listen, I'm trying to keep it PG right here.
Shit.
Shit. But no, like seriously though, you have to constantly tell yourself, because I can relate with the self-doubt, the lack of confidence. Say it, man, you that nigga, okay? Like,
Let's go.
You that
Let's go. Clip it, chat. Clip it now.
Fucking clip it.
Achievement unlocked.
Achievement unlocked. I'm dead. But because if this is something that I've always said since I've started streaming, you've got to be delulu. Like, you have to be so delulu within yourself. Like, you have to be so delusional, because if you're not believing in yourself or trying to achieve things that you think is impossible, how do you ever expect anyone else to also believe in you? In that, it starts from within first, and having a good support system around you as well too. Feeling a bit cheated on again.
Oh no. I will say this. I absolutely completely agree. You do have to be a bit delusional to get into the streaming space, because like it's you against yourself. And like,
Yes.
I assume people, as I pause there, were going to be like, oh, it's you against everyone. It's not. It's not. You should never concern yourself with what other people are doing. And like, I'm guilty of it too. I'm totally guilty. I am totally guilty. And sometimes I'm like, how the fuck, right? Like, how the fuck is this person pulling these numbers and doing this? And like, I'm doing the same exact thing. But like, at the same time, I catch myself a lot, right? But you do have to be delusional, because you have to literally convince yourself and every fucking buddy else that you're worth the follow, you're worth coming back to, you're worth revisiting. And like, that shit's hard. That shit's really hard. But like, before everyone else, there was only you. There was literally only you. When I started streaming, I literally was talking to a wall for 3-4 hours at a time, just fucking playing video games, painting little miniature models, just talking to myself. And like, I stuck it through. And then I met some friends. I joined up and did like the VTuber thing. That was super fun. That was hella fun. That was hella fun while it was fun. And like, again, delusional. I wasn't competing with them. I wasn't competing with other streamers. I was competing with myself. And like, you know, it's just one of those things. And so like, you have to have a certain level of delusion, because you have to convince yourself first that like, I'm worth it. I'm willing to put in the time. I'm willing to do everything. And like, dude, even my roommate, right? My roommate's just like, you know, honestly, you were probably the most responsive streamer I have ever watched. And I'm not just saying that because I'm your friend. And I'm like, thanks, man. Like, that means a lot. And it's like, you know, staying on top of it, staying on top of everything, getting into other communities to like make friends, not because you're trying to grow your numbers and your viewership, but like, because you actually want to get to know these people. And you know, it's like a constant uphill, like Sisyphus type shit. Like, you're rolling a stone uphill all the time, and like, it's never.
Your vocabulary is very, very I was gonna say advanced or good, but like, you have said some words that in my mind I'm like, what the fuck did he say? What the fuck does that mean? I just needed to point that out.
Thank you. I have a pretty good grasp on the English lexicon, but most of the time I just say fucking gross words because it's funny. But yeah, the tip top hat. Thank you. The biggest thing is like you are forever rolling the stone uphill, the metaphorical hill that is streaming. Like, do I think I'm ever going to be the next XQC? Fuck no. Hell no, dude. But I think I have what it takes to like maybe get myself a couple thousand followers and like, you know, kind of chill there and do the thing, and then whatever happens. But like the delusion is like truly sitting there and believing to yourself, right? Like, I'm going to be the next XQC.
Yeah.
So like that's,
and some people don't want to be that. Like, I there was a point where I didn't necessarily want it to be like famous, but I know that sometimes fame equates to more money. Like the more people that know you, the more money you can make, either from, you know, supporters or brand deals and things like that. But I'm gonna be honest, like taking over a year off from streaming and coming back, I don't like it. I don't like having a lot, like I don't like having thousands of people watching me. It makes me really uncomfortable because now I'm being judged and I'm being critiqued, and then people feel like they can go back and, you know, take like they can go back and pull up old shit that you might have done in your past and use it now because, you know, it makes me really uncomfortable at the thought of that. But you can still be successful in your own lane. You don't have to be an XQC. And honestly, I think you could be an XQC if you really wanted to be. You could. Like
that would require being good at video games.
You don't listen. Is anybody really good at? I mean, actually, yeah, there are. But I think you've said to yourself, or you've said a lot, that you're a smaller streamer. And I don't like that term because you're a streamer.
That's
fair. It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 people in your room, or if you have 5 people in your room, or if you have 20 people in your room.
Oh, absolutely.
You are a streamer at the end of the day.
True.
So please take out the smaller, because I feel like you're downplaying who you are and the greatness that you bring into the space. And I want you to know that you are a streamer. It doesn't matter how many numbers you have. I do appreciate
that. And honestly, that's not the first time I have heard that advice. And I do appreciate it. I really do, because like sometimes I need to like convince myself, right? And I use the term smaller as like a reminder that like I still like know everybody that's like in my stream, or like I'm actively getting to know them. But I'm proud. I'm very proud of my accomplishments here on Kick. I was Kick Pick week 27. I've had numerous front page features. I've done, you know, all kinds of things across multiple different channels. This is my second pitch kick as well, which is exciting. Super exciting. And like the ultimate like badass part, I think, is despite all of that, I've always just kind of, I don't know, I guess I've just always kind of like identified with like the identity of like, I'm not shit, but someday I'll be shit. And like, that's awesome. And I think one of my biggest, lessons, I guess maybe to myself, is like, regardless of who's in here, whether it be 1 or 1,000, I want everybody to feel the same. I want everybody to feel like they're important and that they matter, and that like, because they do, you know, like you're taking time out of your day to spend time with me. And I want you to know how much I value that. So like when I say small streamer, it's not a dig at like my numbers. It's not a dig at anything other than like, I need to remain humble and grounded. And like, even if I like my numbers shoot up tomorrow and I'm like, you know, the next fucking big thing, right? Like I want to try and remind myself always that like I did take 1 whole year off of streaming. I swapped platforms, streamed back to myself for like a couple of months, and then started gaining traction on a new platform. And like within a year and some change, I'm already almost at 800 follows. That's fucking
Let's
super
fucking
rad.
go.
That's super fucking
Hell
rad.
yes.
I'm partnered with advancedgg, which is also super fucking rad. I have numerous sponsorships in the streaming space, and I never had that on Twitch. I never had that.
Hell yeah.
So like Kick has been like, you know, a huge opportunity for somebody like me, but like I never want to get to a point where I'm just like my shit doesn't stink, you know what I mean? Because like I care literally about all of the interactions. Like I want to create a point not a point. I want to create a place where somebody who's having a hard day can have less of a hard day because they came and visited me. And you know, whatever that looks like, right? Like, you know, I want to be able to like reach out to people and be like, yo, how do you feel about like getting some games in? Like, I'm sorry your day sucked. Like, I numerous times, and like no bullshit. Like, I know somebody can just easily be like, oh, shut off my stream and like we can fucking, but like mouse over this end stream button. I'm ready. Like somebody came in and they were like, I'm having a really hard week. And I was like, dude, I'll fucking stop everything and I will hop in and be with you right now. Because I care, because that person has shown me care, and because I've shown them care, and it's the mutual bond, it's the brotherly internet love that I can provide. It's this, that, and the other thing, and I want that for everybody, not just that person, but for everybody. I want somebody to be able to, you know, feel valued every time that they come and see me, because like that is ultimately one of the most important things like that a streamer can provide. And like sometimes that is overextending myself. Sometimes I'm completely gassed and I don't have the energy for it, but I make the energy. I draw from the well, I dig down, so that way somebody else who's having a bad day, if I can change the trajectory of their day even just a degree, then I am doing the right thing.
Yes. Yeah, man, you know, I'm just looking over my canvas and there's so much like happiness that is coming from this.
This is good.
And it's the like you radiate this energy that is so, I want to say addicting, because it makes me want more of it. Like you are just this positive, but also like there's some darkness there as well, but you really care about people and you care about their happiness and you care about their well-being, and that is something that like it is just so, I'm gonna say it's a beautiful trait to have.
Thank you.
Truly.
Thank you.
And I felt the need to just tell you that like I'm like at a loss for words, because it's just I go really off of energy, and we've never met in physical person, so like I have no idea what it's like, you know, after the cameras and stuff. You could be a whole different person. all we know.
I promise
I don't
you,
think you
I'm
are.
not. I'm very much authentically myself, and I try to be that way because I wouldn't want to propose that I am a certain way on the internet, and then off of the internet I'm just like this completely different person. I have always strived to be authentic, because authenticity is realness. And if you're real, like truly real, like grounded in reality, real, people will respect that. They may not always like it, but they will respect it. And like the biggest thing is like I guess the direction of my channel is I want to be able to provide something that I didn't always have, right? And that's like kindness and support, right? Like I'm not made of money, you know, but like support isn't money. Support is spending time and having conversations and getting to know a person. Support is showing up even when, you know, that person may not expect it or want you to be there necessarily, but like you're there and you're on the sideline and you're just ready. That's support. That's support to me. getting to know their feet, that's kind of support, I guess, potentially. um but the biggest thing, right, is like, you know, offering myself, not necessarily like, I wouldn't say sacrificing, but donating my time, because time is the most valuable form of currency that anybody can give. Anybody can make money, right? Anybody can make money, whether it be through a job or through anything. Anybody can make money, but time you cannot replenish. So if I spend, you know, again, whether it be 1 minute or 15 hours or the rest of my life, I can't replace that. I can't replace that. I can make money next week. I can go sell something and have cash and be like, hey, listen, let me fucking buy you lunch and then you can tell me about your woes. But like, that's a metaphysical thing that like only occupies a certain amount of time. And like the time is the thing that like we're never getting back. So like,
Speak on it.
even if I'm like in the dark, just lurking, hanging out, just, you know, working and everything, but I'm there, I'm listening, waiting for the next phrase to call out so that way I can interact. And like, I want people to feel like they can come to me and be like, I'm having a really fucking hard time and I need some perspective. And like numerous times I have offered perspective. And you know, it's not always well received, but it is received. You know, I think that actually here you go. Here's a good philosophical quote from a samurai. Like, in order to give somebody your opinion, you must first consider the fact that it may end up a wall scroll. So like, you know, sometimes you can speak on things and you may not always like have the business to speak on them, but like, watch what you say before you say them, because like you never know when that's going to end up in somebody's inbox somewhere. And like, there have been times where I have interacted in a way that was like less than savory, and it ended up kind of blowing up in my face. And like, I'm not perfect, and I'll never say that I don't do these things. I'm human, and I'm the most human being I can be right now. And sometimes that means like learning and growing and, you know, eating the shit sandwich that comes my way because I was an asshole. You know, it's an imperfect existence, but it is my existence. And I find myself pondering like where I'm going to be in the next couple of years, who I'm going to be, what I'm going to be. But I do find myself like constantly trying to remind myself that like, again, it costs nothing to be a good person. And like, even on my worst days, because like, listen, you know, sometimes you get mad and you just say some shit, you know, sometimes like shit just boils over and you just be running your mouth. I do that shit all the time, and it's like over the dumbest shit, literally over the dumbest shit. And again, like, you know, sometimes you just got to say your shit, back off, come back when you're cool, and then be like, all right, listen, I fucked up. And that's called being human. That's called literally just being like, all right, I'm going to take this one on the chin. Because like, you have to, you have to, it happens. Yeah, exactly. It happens to everyone. But like, you know, sometimes I mentally don't have the capacity to like offer to deal with things, but I do it anyways, even though it's bad for me. And like, I guess, I don't know, maybe I have like some weird like white knight complex or something like that, where I'm just like, I need to help everybody because nobody helped me. But like, that's what I do. And I don't know, for the most part, everything's worked out pretty okay. Run that mouth right up between these booty cheeks. Settle down.
Damn, it's getting spicy over there. Someone said that they would say helping, assisting, whatever outside of yourself is a beautiful and fulfilling life.
I agree with that. The only counter to that I have is quite literally recognizing the capacity to do so is very, very important, because like, food analogy, right? I just made lasagna a couple of days ago. An overstretched pasta sheet is going to cover a lot of space, but it's going to be too thin. It's going to develop holes. Developing holes in oneself, right? Like, not to compare myself to a pasta sheet, but developing holes in oneself in order to save others, you know, like setting fires to keep others warm, you know, pouring out your glass to fill someone else's is it's a dangerous game to play, because eventually you do end up tearing completely, you do end up burning up, and you do end up thirsty. And so it's a big balance between, you know, recognizing like, I can't do this right now, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that this happens. And it's a struggle. It's definitely a struggle, because like, I do want to help. I always want to help. I always want to problem solve, and I always want to like do what I can to make somebody else's existence easier because I was there to help. And it's literally like, I don't like lord it over anyone. Like, I just want to help, like, truly, naturally, just good boy over here, just trying to do the right thing. And sometimes in doing the right thing, you end up doing the wrong thing, because you're overcorrecting and overcompensating. And like, one of the worst things that I do, right, is like, because I do a lot of like logical based stuff. When somebody comes to me with a problem, the first thing I try to do is like immediately solve the problem. And sometimes people just want to be heard. You know, I can be, if anything, very robotic at times, because I'm just like, okay, I see a problem, let's fix the problem. Sometimes people just want to be heard. My girlfriend, Court, has encountered me just being like, let's fucking solve the problem. She's like, I just want you to listen to me. And I'm like, sorry. I got holes, wink. Yo, settle down. But yeah, Jesus, guys, let's tone it down just like a little bit. That's true.
So,
all right,
you know, the freaks come out.
I was gonna say, Friday freaks, show your flag.
Can
But
you give me one quick second?
of course, take all the time you need.
1 second.
Oh, that was really satisfying water. Hi, everyone. How you doing? What's going on? I'm sorry. I totally didn't advertise stream. I will get to that. Oh, geez. She's back. Okay. Hi.
All right. Are you talking about me?
I was just saying how much fun you are.
Oh, thanks.
No, I'm having a blast.
Turn my air off. Sorry. You know, them surge hours.
Ah, I see. Yeah, no. I actually was chugging water and then just reading my chat real quick. I totally, like, when I got here, basically sprinted. Like, I could have been in the combine levels of sprint. I'm talking like straight up put me in the draft type shit. So I didn't like advertise or anything. I just kind of was like, click live, let's go, blah, 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 blah. But like, so I was just letting everybody know. I was like, I'm gonna advertise my shit after we're all done here, and she's fucking bored of me. I mean, at least you're not the guy from Reddit asking to yell in a chick's.
Listen, I am by far not bored of you. I feel like honestly too, I'm taking if I'm having such an amazing conversation with you. Because technically this would have been over like 30 minutes ago, but we were just vibing, and I felt like, you know, we could keep going.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
I can yap all day, so you let me know when you're tired of my ass, and I won't take any offense to it. I promise.
You are doing wonderful normally, and like that's the other thing too, is I try consciously to not dominate conversations. Because sometimes I just get going and then I have a motor mouth. So if at any point you're like, hey, shut up, I'm gonna be like, all right, I got it.
No, you're good. Trust me. I've been enjoying this very, very much. This has been like on my mind so much, but have you figured out how to like do like food delivery services? Because really, you know, I'm just trying to get a plate.
So I mean, there there is always the opportunity like to freeze dry things and then send them. So I mean potentially, but you know, in the what was it, the lady who made pink sauce, right? She started distributing, but all of her shit spoiled because it had dairy in it, and she was like shipping it out to Texas and shit. um so like I don't know, finding a safe way. I don't know, eventually someday I'd like to buy a home, and then once I buy a home I'm just gonna invite everybody over and just fucking go wild. So you know, hey, Kick, if you wanna you know, help your boy out. No, just but like, you know,
Content house.
oh hell yeah, why not, why the fuck not? I'll cook for everyone. You know, I don't fucking care. But like it would be I would say a long term goal of mine to be able to buy a home and then just invite all of everybody, anybody who can get the time off and can score a ticket can fucking show up. Bring something. That's all I ask. Bring literally something. But it would be really awesome. How well does lasagna freeze dry? I don't know. I've never actually freeze dried a lasagna, but maybe I'll try it out sometime. It's but yeah, no, I just I would love to be, honestly, this is why like teleportation technology needs to exist, because it would be fantastic to just be like, yo, hey, I made this, go to your kitchen porter or something. Cuz like I'd be making sauces. I'd be making sauces after sauces after sauces. Like hell, like during the lasagna stream, I like segmented out making pineapple mango habanero sauce specifically because I was like, I'm gonna make some chicken this weekend, and it's good. It's really fucking good, and I just did that because I had the time and I had the opportunity. But yeah, no, sharing my food has been really exciting for me. Especially given that, like, again, shout out Wes, thank you, dude, I appreciate you. You're a fucking the king. um Wes helped get me a laptop so I can start streaming cooking, so I'm able to kind of like share my process with everybody, which has been so awesome. I have had a lot of fun. The thing that I worry about though is like, cooking when somebody else is doing it, cooking is fun. When you have to do it, cooking is not fun. So I wonder if people get, and again, this is more of the doubt, right? I wonder if people get bored watching me do all the prep work. And so like I'm like, oh, well, maybe this weekend I will pre-prep everything and then we just go straight to the cooking and then straight to the eating. But so far, you know, reaction has been we actually enjoy watching the process. So like, you know, maybe I think there are many avenues to do a lot of things that I really like. So I just have to kind of like figure that stuff out. But I think I'm going to start working on like a PDF cookbook or something, so I can just distribute it to my friends. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. It's been fucking asked of me enough times that I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna just start writing down all of my recipes, and I do have a file. I haven't shared it around yet, but it'll just be a PDF of like however many recipes I decide until it's done, where people can just download it for free. Just like, here you go, here's beard food, and I'm excited to share it, honestly, because like that's exciting. I get to share my collective knowledge, and then like, you know what would be even cooler is if people took their recipes and added it, right? So it became like a living recipe book. That would be sick. That would be sick. I would love to learn, you know, if it ever like made rounds around like fucking Reddit or something, and then like, you know, I open up the file one day and it's just got like thousands and thousands and thousands of entries. That would be sick.
That would be so fucking cool. Someone says when cooking needs to be done and not wanted to be done, it's so conflicting.
Yes.
It's so nice to want to cook, but we aren't trying to starve.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and like, so that's the other thing too, right? Is like, I find myself oftentimes at a crossroad because, like, you know, I get home normally at like 6 o'clock, right? And so it's 6 o'clock on a Friday. I just worked all day. Luckily, I have like lasagna in the fridge, so like I don't have to do any cooking. But like, last night, for example, I really wasn't feeling lasagna. I ate it anyways, and I was stoked about it, and like that was fine. But like, yeah, when you don't want to cook, it is the worst. It is worse than like having to do like whatever the fuck else. I would rather get like bamboo nails underneath the fingernails than cook food when I don't want to cook food. But at the same time, I find myself like oftentimes like when I'm like, oh yeah, let's just get some fucking McDonald's, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I could make a better burger than McDonald's. So it's like the infinite, like, do I spend the 20 minutes of effort to like make the food myself, or do I spend the $20 to like get a cheeseburger from McDonald's? Ultimately, usually I end up cooking. Like what was it? Fuck, 2-ish weeks ago, I was like, I really want a Big Mac. But then I was like,
damn, a Big Mac sound good.
It does. But you know what sounds even better? Big Mac tacos. Big Mac tacos. And I made that shit. And it was good as hell.
I never had a Big Mac taco.
It's so good. It's so good. And like the sauce is what makes it. The sauce is what makes it. You gotta do the sauce. You gotta let the sauce do its thing. But like take a tortilla, slap some fucking beef on it, and like cook that shit off. You know what? I'm gonna send you a picture. I'm pretty sure I posted it too. But
you probably did. Sometimes though, I try not to go into the food channel because when I see that there's new, because I know like you posted something and I'm like, damn, that shit looks so good.
Yeah.
And I can't try it. Like I can't eat it. Like, you know,
it's fair. I get it. I definitely get it.
Big Mac tacos. We're having plumbing problems here.
Yeah. No, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Pinched off real clean, super easy going, very nice. Probably, you know, honestly, one of my easier ones, if we're being completely honest.
Well, there you have it. There you have it, baby.
But here's why though. It was a 3 types of beef ground mixture. So it was brisket, chuck, and sirloin. So it had a very high fat content, and then the sauce itself also had a high fat content. So like, yeah, I'm not saying I lubed the hole or anything, but like, you know. I've always enjoyed your cooking.
I get you.
Then I mean, like, hey, you know, it's little stuff like that, but like and like that's the other thing too, is it's like it's so mad simple, right? Like it's the dumbest thing ever, but like just pack the beef on the tortilla and just right onto the pan, let the beef cook. It'll cook all the way through because you smash it down so it's nice and thin, and then like you literally just have a beef patty on a tortilla, and like from there, fold it, add your accoutrement, and add your sauce. And also, you have to use American cheese. Do you like
American?
Do you like the KKK? Hey, can we ban this guy? That was disgusting. Get out of here. Yes, you have to use American. You have to use American. I thought I was on push to talk. I am so sorry.
No, you're good. Listen, if it makes you feel better, the other day I was responding to something Wes texted me, and instead of putting KK, I put KKK, and then I was like, "Ooh, I did not mean that."
Shit, so you had to buy him flowers. Got it.
Yeah,
Got
I had to, you know, do the reversal.
Yeah. Keep gaslight girl boss on God. Always keep him guessing.
Keep them on them toes.
That's right. You never know what's coming at you next.
For real.
Man, yeah, but like it's cooking again, you know, not to lean too heavy into cooking, because I'm sure nobody wants to hear me but like microgreens. But like cooking is something that like I am both passionate about and so fucking lazy that like if there is an easier way to get my fix as soon as possible, I will take the easiest way possible. And with Big Mac tacos, you can once you hammer all of the prep out, you could have like 12 Big Mac tacos, like so fast, right? And so like for like the price of a Big Mac meal plus, you can have a shitload of Big Mac tacos and like a whole jar of fucking Big Mac sauce. To which you can use on whatever you want Big Mac sauce on. But like, I don't know, I just love a good burger, and sometimes I'm just not in the mood to cook a burger. So that's kind of like the infinite like ball kick of cooking is like, I really want this thing, but I don't want to mess up my kitchen.
Yeah, that too. It's the cleanup after. For me, like I enjoy cooking, but cooking has I'm trying to break it, but it has this negative association with it, especially if I'm cooking for like others, from like just past trauma, and it makes the passion that I once had for it difficult to bring it back.
Absolutely.
But it is something that I'm trying to work through. And then also too, like the cleaning process. I mean, I know you try to clean up as you go, and sometimes you just can't, but you just spent all this time cooking all this food. Now you ate the food, and now you got to clean up after it too.
Yep.
It'd be a lot. It'd be a lot.
Oh my God. That is the biggest danger of cooking, especially for me, because like, again, for the lasagna took 5 hours start to finish, and I pre-made the pasta before I even hit live, right? So like the pasta was like chilling, doing the gluten thing before I was even like starting the stream. But like 3 sauces, 3 cheeses, and like just a whole mess of whatever the fuck I was doing. But like you have to like, a good sauce is super important for lasagna. I don't care what anybody says, because like lasagna is more than pasta and sauce. It's the ultimate Italian comfort food. And like, so I made a bolognese, and I did it from scratch, like with my chatters. And then I made a pine nut and basil and garlic pesto, also by hand. And then I made a bechamel. I'm still sticking with 9 layers. W.
A bechamel. Listen. This is getting a little too I feel like a little too spicy for me.
That's fair. That's
you
that's
talking
fair.
about bechamels and homemade pesto sauce. Like I might get in trouble.
But like that's the passion of the food, right? Like I could have bought jarred sauce. I could have bought all of that stuff, like pre-made pasta, and I could have slapped it together and been like, hey guys, what's going on today? We're making a lasagna. But like I didn't want to do the store-bought lasagna. I wanted to like make it. And so like I hand cranked out all of the pasta sheets, did everything, and then like I sat there and just hung out with chat while it cooked. And then by the end of it, somebody actually rated my channel as I was like getting ready to raid out. And I remember my girlfriend was like, oh, hey, this person is live. And I was like, they're going to have to fucking wait, because now we're going to sit here and we're going to eat this lasagna because I'm starving. And so I'm going to do the courtesy thing of like allowing somebody to at least like watch me pig out. And like, I got a lot of facial hair, so typically like goopy pasta, blah, blah, blah. It like gets in there, and somebody was like, pasta in your beard. And I was like, I don't even care. Nom, 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 nom. Because like it was just so tasty, it was so good. And like starting a meal like that is like it's an adventure. It really is, because like at any point any of those things could have gone completely wrong, and like I would have had to start over, and that would have sucked, but it didn't, and I like that's the bitch about cooking, right? Is like even on a perfect day, like you could over sear your meat. You could take the meat that was originally supposed to be like a nice medium to a well done if you're not paying attention. And then like, what do? Do you just toss it in the trash? Fuck no, I eat that hockey puck.
Yeah.
Just eat that thing.
Someone said creative people and cleaning is friction because it wastes the creative time get wasted.
Get that person a raise. That person's correct. I fucking hate cleaning. I would live in squalor and filth if it was socially acceptable. Like literally pigsty. I would roll around in my own like, I don't know, human barf or something. If like, because then I could just focus on everything else. However, I have to clean because I'm going to be honest with you, when things pile up, I get such a bad wave of anxiety. Like, I don't know, what was it? Last weekend, before I even like tried to stream and everything, I was like folding laundry like a motherfucker because I was just like, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. And then like, I don't know, my desk is a fucking war zone right now. I'm not gonna alter my camera, but it's a war zone. I gotta clean this up next. This is the next thing. But generally my kitchen is fairly clean. Clean spaces help with mental health too. This is very true. A clean house can promote a healthy sense of well-being.
True.
But it's like all of the little things. The other thing that I need to start doing that I'm terrible at, but like, I don't know, I know I don't have to say it, but I'm pasty white as fuck. So like more sunlight in my life would probably be a good thing, but I always have my blinds closed. But sunlight is good for you, but Gooning Cave, true. These are, you know, maybe we designate like half of the apartment to that, and then the other half to like sunlight and happiness and, you know, brightness. I'm just spitballing. But
The sun is really good for you. I think something that, you know, we'll do is we'll go outside in our yard just to feel the sun hit you. And I find myself more recently just closing my eyes and like looking up at the sun, but my eyes are closed just to feel it. Like if I feel like super anxious, like I'll just go out there, let the sun hit me a little bit, and then I'm like, all right, I feel a little bit better, and then I'll go back inside. But
oh yeah,
I think that is a fuck cleaning, but clean spaces are so nice. I mean, very true. But fuck cleaning for real.
All my homies hate cleaning, but we do it because we don't want to live in a pigsty.
No, for real. And you do feel better though when your space is a little bit clean. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like this is a shared streamer like room. If it was just solely me, man, I'm telling you, it would not look tidy as it does.
And then I mean, hey, that's totally fair. I just so like I have my little corner, right? This little corner is like my stream area. It's got, you know, soundproofing tiles, so that way when I fucking screech, my roommate isn't like, shut the fuck up. But like you know, it's you know, this is probably always the messiest part of my apartment ever. For the most part, everything is like on shelves and like in a general state of like, okay, this person understands that things go on shelves. Which is good, but like my desk is always a mess, and like it's nobody's fault but my own, but like this is where I spend a lot of time between learning video games, just general like media consumption. And wow, I have really sucked on the whole drawing part of this, so I'm gonna finish this after stream, I think.
Yeah, you're good.
So that way I can send it to you and make alterations without looking like a dork. But the biggest thing is spending you know X amount of time. Like spending X amount of time here, and then like, you know, my living room is generally always spotless because like, why would I watch TV when I can just pull up a stream and hang out in Discord and do all of that stuff? Like my PC's in here. My living room, which is all the way over there, is like always clean because I'm never in it. I'm never like farting around in it. Sometimes I go in there. Woo, Beard, I love you. What's going on, Red? How you doing, buddy?
Wes would like to know.
Yeah.
What are your opinions on dusting?
Dusting? I think it's important. I think it's fairly important. Like, you know, if you have a large plastered amount of dust on your windowsill, you should probably hit it with a duster. I'm guilty of letting it run a little bit too long myself. For example, my model shelf is a little bit dusty, I'm not gonna lie, but I would also have to move like 400 pieces of plastic, and I really don't want to do that because if I drop them, they're really expensive. So maybe I'll get a can of air duster. I don't fucking know. But dusting is very important. Just general upkeep and cleanliness. And like Courtney, she, God bless her, again, she's always like, yeah, well, you know, maybe instead of like being angry about having to tackle the entire apartment, maybe just do like one room a day. And I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then I totally forget that because I'm a man and have the attention span of a goldfish. And then I stand around and I'm like, fuck, I gotta clean this place. So like, but it is important, you know, the general maintenance and upkeep of your living space is super, super important. And it does promote like a healthy sense of well-being just in being like in a clean spot. Like this weekend, before I do any streams or anything like that, I'll dedicate more time to like getting into a room and getting it all cleaned up, getting like, especially this area, because this is the area giving me the most anxiety. And like my living room is clean. My bedroom could use like a bit of a tidy up. My bathroom is clean. I've been staying on top of that, which is really nice. And then, you know, just like the little things, they do matter. They are important. And like, without taking care of them, you know, everything starts to fall apart. Cleaning painted minis is a nightmare. True.
And one room at a time really can help help out for sure. I think to cleaning can also kind of mask to how you're feeling mentally as well.
Yes.
Like that is also like another telltale sign. I think I said that right. Of like, if mentally, like, you could be depressed or you're anxious or you've just got, you know, sometimes life gets the best of you as well too. And then, you know, in chat we were talking about how once it gets so piled up, your anxiety looking at it only makes it worse because now you're thinking about this huge thing you have to clean up. And it's so much to do, and then you don't deal with it because of the anxiety, and then it's like a loop where you're just like, fuck, until it just gets to a point where you absolutely cannot deal with it anymore, and you go on like this huge deep spring cleaning type of vibe.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, I'm at that point. I opened up a couple of windows a couple of days ago. I mean, so up here in the great New England North, it's back to being like in the 40s. So like, I hate that for myself. But like, it feels nice to have like a fresh breeze. The problem is it's just cold as shit. So it's like, do I close the windows and, you know, remove the breeze, or do I open the windows and then freeze a little bit? So New England sucks for weather. It's like rainy, muddy, shitty, cold, and then like the summer is like sweltering hot, and like you step outside and immediately get soaked because the humidity in the air is disgusting. And you know, thanks ocean breeze. You really done it. But cleaning in general, like, I don't know, I hate it, but I love it. And like, the other thing too is like, you can do a lot of like introspective thinking while cleaning. I don't know, like maybe that's just like a me thing, but like whenever I'm doing like a task, I find myself like thinking introspectively, and most of the time it amounts to, you know, honestly nothing, but at the same time it's important. It's important because without like thinking introspectively, whether it's cleaning, whether it's doing literally anything, like, I don't know, just self-reflection is very important. And you could do, you know, something, I shouldn't say small, but you can think about small things like how your day was and like how you feel about your day and everything like that. Or you can think about like grander things like the state of the world or anything like that, which for some people might promote anxiety, or it might, you know, allow you to kind of like, you know, full circle, like huge wide circle at this point, but like might allow you to see life in somebody else's shoes, which I think is very important. And I think that a lot of people are outwardly expressive, but I don't know if there's enough like introspective thinking that happens, because like it's easy to outwardly express yourself and like your dismay or your happiness and everything like that, but like thinking about the things that get you to the certain positions that make you feel any type of way. And, you know, cause and effect, you know, what brought me here? Why am I here? How am I here? Are all really important for like personal critical thinking and like just general like well-being of things to invest yourself in.
What are some things that I'm sorry, somebody said fish farts being thrust in your face via immunity is mean.
Welcome to New England, kid.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Striker says, "Yep, I need a dumpster. Just throw the whole house in it." It'd be like that sometimes.
It really does. Oh my god.
It'd be like that. Just start over. Start fresh.
Yep.
Start fresh.
Time to pick up and go elsewhere. Holy shit.
Time to move on. Next house.
That's funny as fuck, though. I like clam chowder. Yo, clam chowder is good as fuck. I don't care what anybody says.
I mean, no.
All right, it's okay, Sasha. You can say it, dude.
It's not my cup of tea. I'll say that.
I will say this: if I had to choose between like anything else or clam chowder, I would choose anything else. Clam chowder is not like a thing. Clam chowder is a commitment. It's a commitment. You sit down like that is a hearty, clammy bowl of soup, and like you know, you sit down and like it's a big ass meal in a bowl. Yeah, exactly. It's a big ass meal in a bowl, and like it's not like your first choice, but you're like, what's soup du jour? And they're like, we got New England clam chowder, and you're like, yeah, I don't know, it's still above 60 degrees. Honestly, I was just hoping for like some mozzarella sticks because I'm feeling a little peckish, not like I want to eat a whole ass meal. It's not very portable, you know, and if you spill it on anything, that shit's, you might as well just throw it in the trash. So it's like, you know, you gotta like really sit down and think about it before you eat chowder. But like for New Englanders, chowder is a way of life, you know, which I mean, alternatively, if you think about it like this, right? Because, well, there's like a million one other things that you could eat, but like everybody here loves chowder, and chowder's good. Again, I'm not discounting that, but like, you know, I would rather have a plate of tacos or like a torta or like a cold cut sub or like sushi or like literally
sushi,
like fucking any like a thing of mac and cheese, like anything. You know, like chowder's a commitment. It's good, but it's a commitment.
So it's like being in a relationship. Like once you commit to it, you stuck with it.
True. It's also like a relationship because sometimes it's really creamy.
Oh.
Ah. Yeah, once you're in it, you better eat it to have good things. See?
Once you're in it, you better eat it.
That's right.
Because it's creamy. Wait, I've got to write that down. I need to tweet that. Hold on. That was too good. Once you're in it, you better eat it. Because it's creamy. I'm such a little kid.
It'd be like that though. It really, like, I don't know. Life life is like a bowl of chowder, I guess. Damn. I never really, I'm having a Forrest Gump moment now. Life is like a bowl of chowder.
Like a bowl of chowder.
Yeah. You better eat it when you're in it because it's creamy.
It's creamy.
That's amazing. But
such a
it's just it's, you know, it's just one of those things. I don't know, but yeah, chowder's a commitment. I'd probably have anything else on the menu. Other meals that are a commitment, seafood boil. I fucking love them to pieces, but
Oh my
goddamn.
God damn it, a seafood boil. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You are talking to my soul
I could
right
eat
now.
crawfish all day long. God.
Oh, man.
Just fucking
Whew.
give me a pair of gloves and I'm slurping all day. God
Oh my,
damn.
just slurp away.
Yeah.
You know, I used to watch these TikTok videos
Mm-hmm.
of people eating seafood boils,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to pretend that it was me eating it, and then I would get like
But it's worth
I would
it
be
though.
all up in it.
It's worth it because you're like, oh God, I wish that were me. But like, so I have a place up the road that does seafood boil. But like it's not the best seafood boil I've ever had. The best seafood boil I ever had was like this old lady at a festival from Louisiana, and I watched her prep the boil, and it was like bag after bag after bag of seasoning, liquid boil, like all of the corn, all of the potato, all of the everything, and then like the the biggest fattest fucking bags of crawfish I've ever seen in my entire life.
Mhm.
And I straight up was just like, I gotta get me some of that. How much for a plate? And she whipped right around and she's like, honey, for you, $10. And I was like, sold, easy. Oh my God. She charged everybody else fucking 25 a head.
Damn.
It was amazing. I want to try crawfish so bad. We'll find
Oh
them.
my
We'll find them.
God. Oysters is
Oh
another
God,
good
I
one.
love oysters.
Ooh,
Oh fuck.
listen, have you ever had too many oysters that you ended up having to take a nap afterwards? You
So-
ate too many?
So I met up with somebody from my community who's a good friend of mine, and he was new. So I live in New Hampshire. Whatever, come find me, fucking internet weirdos. But like, so he was coming in from Long Island, and he was like, dude, you gotta show me around. And I was like, dude, I'll show you wherever you want to go. And he's like, let's go to this place. It's a place called Surf in Portsmouth. It's a great place. You can get sushi there. It's really tasty. But he really wanted oysters, so I took him to a chop house, and we had oysters there. We also had like tuna tartare and like a couple of other things. But the oysters were fantastic. And in New England, because like we're a rocky ass seacoast, you can get some fucking quality ass oysters. Like East Coast oysters taste different than West Coast oysters. It's kind of up in the air which ones taste better. I think it has a lot to do with like season and growth and algae content, you know, the things that make oysters taste a certain way. I would say, in my opinion, West Coast oysters taste a little bit more briny, but like that's not a bad thing. Plus, with a good mignette, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter at all. A good mignette will take an oyster and elevate it super, super, super fucking hard. Grew up eating Gulf oysters, which people say are the worst. Dude, they're probably, I mean...
Is that the sauce that comes like on the platter that you like? Is that the like?
Yeah.
You said mignette, right?
Yep,
That's
mignette.
sweet.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like a vinegar sauce that has like shallots and everything.
Okay, yeah.
A good mignette goes a very, very, very long way. And yeah, I don't know. Sweet oysters. I fucking love oysters pieces. Basically, if it's from the sea, it's for me. Except for shrimp. I get itchy allergic.
Oh.
And you know it sucks too because I'm willing to chomp fucking Benadryl just to get some shrimp. I fucking love shrimp. Shrimp are so tasty, and like I'm willing to see the Hat Man if it means I can get some of them succulent little bastards.
I love me a good old shrimp. Oh my God, like just seafood in general, salmon, catfish.
Oh my God, catfish is
tilapia.
so fucking good. We don't have enough places up here that understand the greatness of catfish. Like catfish, some potatoes and greens is like, that's the fucking shit.
You talking to me?
I fucking
Fried catfish with some greens, some potato.
God.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
I'm eating that shit every day if I could. Catfish collards and okra. Yup. Some okra. But dude, here's the thing about okra, right? Like I'm gonna say it. If it ain't done right, it's slimy and I hate it. And that person's not allowed to cook okra anymore. We take turns.
Damn.
We take turns. It can't be slimy. Oh fuck. Maybe I make some catfish this weekend.
Ooh. Ooh, listen. Some catfish, fried catfish, some potatoes, some greens, maybe even a little mac and cheese if you're feeling, a little extra spicy.
I generally, yeah, I mean, mac and cheese is, oh God. I had mac and cheese a couple, oh, fuck. Is it getting cold in here or my nipples hard? Cornbread. True, dude.
Ooh, definitely the cornbread. Listen, I had one fuck up with the mac and cheese. I've got to redo this fucking shit.
Not mac and cheese, Sasha.
During Black History Month, I fucked up the mac and cheese. Like, I fucked up the entire meal. Me and Greg did like a collab stream to like celebrate the last day too of Black History Month, and I completely fucked up the mac and cheese. It was the most disgusting thing that I've ever ate. Like,
oh my God,
gray. It looked sad. The greens I even kind of fucked up on. Like,
no
it
shot.
just was not my best. It was, but in my defense, we were very fucking wasted. Okay,
that's
like
fair. That's okay. I will accept that. I will accept that. The last mac and cheese I made was fuck, what was it? So I used fucking street corn Cheetos as like a crust. And that shit was awesome, but it also had hatch chili, so it was like hatch chili mac and cheese.
Hatch chili, yes. Oh.
And it was, oh God, I love it so much. Let me see if I can't, where'd it go?
Hatch chili mac and cheese. Damn, it's so good.
I fucking, hatch chili anything though, for me, honestly, like, I just be eating hatch chili. I fucking love it. And like, what is it? I think it's 570 Hatch or whatever. It's like it's a company that sells like jars of them. And it is so good. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me just do one of these. But I also threw in, because I was like, well, this is like a lot of cheese and a lot of pasta, so I should probably throw in like some broccoli, some onion, a bit of like tomato, just kind of like get some roughage in there and everything. So some people will call that heresy. I call it fucking delicious. But I just sent you a picture of it. It looks, it was good. It hit. And then I crushed up elote flavored Cheetos and like used that for the crust instead of like graham cracker or anything. And like, oh,
this looks good. Yeah, we can, yeah. He's East Coast, so
yeah, we don't have hatch chilies around here, so like we have to order them in jars, dude. But I will say this: versus getting them in cans. Yeah, go for it.
Y'all look at this. God damn it! Sheesh.
Got a bunch of recipes from my mom, so I'll be cooking all stuff and comfort food all over the summer. Fuck yeah, dude!
I'll tell you this, it looked way better than the shit I fucking made. I mean, a dog wouldn't even eat what I made.
Damn.
Bro. I just be
eating, and that's the other thing too, right? If I didn't like food as much as I did, I'd probably be like 80 pounds lighter. But I just love food. I just love food so much. Like,
food is so good.
It really is. And I'm sorry that we keep going back to food. I'm sure you have a million and one other things you'd rather talk about.
No, I love food. Like, I love talking about food. And too, food is a big part of who you are as well, too. So
that's very true.
Like, I'm very, it makes me excited when I hear people talk about things they're really passionate about and how they get so excited. And, I'm just like, yeah, like, it's like that nerd shit, but I'm like, yeah, I'm here for it. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
tell me
absolutely.
more about
Absolutely.
it. Like,
I just yeah, I mean, there's so many cool recipes that I haven't tried yet. That I really want to try. And like, so I've been learning my way through Chinese cooking, actually. Mostly due to the fact that like TikTok was banned for a couple of weeks, and then they were just, oh, we're back, and we're TikTok again, blah 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 blah. But I went over to Red Note, right, and all the people in China were like, yo, what's this white guy doing here? And I was like, you know, I'm just hanging out, checking out what's going on. And they're like, all right, do you like food and beer? And I was like, fuck yeah, I like food and beer. And they're like, you ever double fried some pork loin? And I was like, not like this. Tell me, show me the way. And so like, I have a killer base recipe for like double fried pork loin. And like, you can just bang a sauce together and that shit will be delicious every single time. Every single time. It's like, it's impossible for it to not be good. And then like, I really love lace noodles. Like knife cut noodles are crazy good. And like some ginger, some chili, some garlic, and like just a hint of like sesame oil. And like you have yourself a full ass meal. It's crazy. It's crazy. And like, you know, when I think of Chinese food, I think of like American Chinese food, but like Chinese is like, A, way involved, but B, is just so good.
what's your take on red rice and beans?
I
Because that shit is something that can last days.
I fucking eat that all day long. All day long, dude. I love red rice and beans. Oh God. It literally lasts forever. And like, if it's cooked up right, like it tastes good for fucking ever.
Ooh, yes. Like Wes made some bomb ass red rice and beans
Ooh.
last week.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, it was so fucking good. Like my mouth is literally
Dude, it's just like
God,
a bowl of a bowl of that, and like whatever else the fuck you got laying around, and like you're good. You're good. Red beans and rice, red rice and beans, just fucking it's just so good. Rice and beans got me
cheap
acting up.
and sustaining.
Yup.
What says you're my spirit animal?
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this just because they asked me to, but like also, what the hell? How do you feel about mac and cheese with ketchup?
Oh hell no. That's
all that I'm saying.
oh hell no. Nuh-uh. No way. Not in my house. Not in my fucking house. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Okay, first and foremost, I'm like the most anti-ketchup person you'll ever meet. I think ketchup is for like 2-year-olds. Once you reach a certain age bracket, you're not supposed to be eating ketchup on everything. And like, I be seeing people put ketchup on fucking everything. Ketchup on mac and cheese. Bro. We smoke. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy that people
What the
like.
hell?
What about just hot sauce? What about hot sauce? Just throw some hot sauce on some mac and cheese, a little bit of salt and peppy, and you're good to go. Like
Ketchup.
But ketchup?
Oh my, yeah, I read that shit. I said ketchup.
Bro,
oh hell no.
Ketchup does not go on hot dogs either, bro. What about mustard?
Okay, now do you like honey mustard?
I'm like a Dijon mustard kind of guy. I like hand ground like pub mustard with lots of vinegar, and like it's oh god. I really like granular mustards a lot, but like a nice smooth Dijon goes a long way. I fuck with honey mustard. I do, but like there's just something about like the punch that comes from like spicy mustard. Bro likes the evil mustard. I do, dude, because it's good. It's good.
Dijon mustard is good. I am a go-to honey mustard gal though. Like you give me some chicken tenders and some honey mustard on the side. Like, but Dijon mustard, I think it does depend on what you're cooking. Like if I'm making catfish, Dijon mustard. You know,
absolutely.
I would not put honey mustard in that. Like, you know, but I do love I love me some honey mustard. It's something about it. I don't know. Maybe it's it's not too sweet,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not too mustard-y.
So like I think
mean-
I mean that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. I will say this though. You can pretty much knock honey into like any mustard and it's gonna be a good honey mustard. Like I've never I just think that mustard and honey go together. Like they're a good combination. You get like, you know, everything that mustard is plus like the sweetness and like thickness too. That's the other thing too, is like honey used as like a thickening agent. It adds like sugar and it adds thickness, so like it's good for the mouthfeel. But like, yeah, I don't know, like a standard honey mustard, I fuck with it. It's good. It's not my go-to. I be really enjoying like, you know, German pub mustard and like English mustard, like Coleman's. Coleman's is fucking great. But ketchup on mac and cheese is a fucking crime. Ketchup on mac and cheese is a fucking crime.
Bro.
Holy shit.
saying, that's like putting raisins in the potato salad. I'm sorry.
So
Wait, do you
yeah,
put raisins
no,
in your
hell,
potato
hell
salad?
no, hell no.
Okay.
That's like some Cape Cod white person bullshit. I don't fuck with that. You know, we put it in our fucking chicken salad too. I'm like, whatever, putz, get out of here. Hey, what's going on, B-Horse? How you doing? Yeah, you have to
shit.
actually be see-through.
Ketchup itself is a crime. Ketchup on anything is a fucking crime.
Thank you for the lurk, B-Horse. Let me, hold up. Okay, let's see what's going on in Sasha's chat. I can't have hot sauce, Beard. My colon is broken. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Don't put fucking ketchup on your goddamn mac and cheese. Like, something else. Do something else. Like, what about like salsa? You just throw a little bit of salsa on there. Maybe like a little salsa picante if you want, like just like yeah, there we go. Neiman saying like homemade onion chutney for hot dogs. That fucks. That's awesome. But it's crazy. What is ketchup? Oh, you sweet baby child. You do have to be see-through to put fucking raisins in potato salad. That's like, oh man, that's crazy. I couldn't even imagine.
What, ketchup on mac and cheese?
No, raisins in fucking potato salad.
Oh, raisins and yeah, nah.
I see that.
I don't want to say it, but
I see that. No, I'll say it. That's white as fuck. That's see-through white. That's transparent. They can't go outside because the sunlight will insta-cook them. Yeah, that would get removed from the cookout. If I see raisins in potato salad, I'm immediately checking the table to see if there's any seasonings anywhere within like the next 30 yards. And I'm begging somebody. I'm like, please tell me you got hot sauce in your handbag. Please.
I got hot sauce in my bag. Wes says I feel his rage right now. So fucking much rage, yo. You want to talk about somebody that hates ketchup? Wes does not.
Ketchup
like
ain't
ketchup.
good.
Especially not on no damn mac and fucking cheese. I
Like,
dare you to put ketchup
you're-
on that food. I just seasoned to perfection.
If you're gonna go out of your way to like season your food, right? Like you shouldn't really need extra sauces. I mean, sauces help. Sauces help, but a properly seasoned dish generally will not need it, or the seasoning is in the sauce that's already on the food. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But like there shouldn't be no raisins in any food. I agree mostly. Raisin Bran kind of hits. You'll understand that when you get older.
Raisin Bran cereal?
Yeah. Okay, well maybe it's just a white guy thing. I don't know. Shit. Okay, I'm feeling very judged right now. Interesting.
My fault. Raisin Bran is fucking delicious. No,
Okay,
but you know what is? Honey Bunches of Oats.
Okay,
is
that's
delicious.
also good. I also like Honey Bunches of Oats. It's
Wait,
good.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
Do you eat hard-boiled eggs?
I do not go out of my way to eat a hard-boiled egg. Like, I don't discriminate. If I'm like, okay, all I have is eggs in my fridge, like, I'll do something with them. Maybe not hard boiled. I would prefer like an over easy, a sunny side. But like, hear me out, okay? I am a fucking felon for deviled eggs. I love deviled eggs. I don't know. Deviled eggs just be fucking.
Deviled eggs are good.
Dad's cookies are the shit. Hell yeah. Raisin Bran is the only exception. True. But yeah, a deviled egg, a good deviled egg, because that's the other thing too, is I've had some dog shit deviled eggs in my life. Not to name any names, Aunt Tina, but you know, there's just
deviled eggs are work though.
They are, but like most good things in life, if you work hard enough, good things happen.
I mean, true. They are so good though. God damn, man, I'm so hungry now. I went from wanting fucking a seafood boil to wanting fried catfish to now some deviled eggs. Ooh, deviled eggs with jalapeno juice and a little jalapeno slice on top is amazing. It really is. Oh man, damn.
Actually, the last time I made, I don't know how people feel about egg salad here, but I made deviled egg salad and that should be fucking. It was good. I also have to put egg salad on a burger still. I remember that conversation.
I'm not the biggest egg salad person or potato salad in general, to be honest. It's just not my cup of tea.
I will forever and always say that I love potato salad, and a very, very, very close second is like mac salad. A good mac salad goes a fucking long way.
I don't like mac salad either. Someone said I like to put hard boiled for slicing and placing on some homemade ramen. Facts. That shit bust. Cucumber salad. I do fuck with cucumber salad. That shit fucking bust. Oh my god. It's so good.
I love a good Korean cucumber salad. Like
what's in the Korean cucumber salad?
So generally you do a bit of like finely minced pear, you do a little bit of like jaggery sugar, you do a fuckload of gochugaru, bit of onion, and shit, I'm gonna have to look at a picture of it. I've made it before. It's really good. And then if you have to cut everything in like diagonals and leave it a little bit chunky, because you either want it like razor thin so you can just pick up a bunch of it, or leave things chunked up. But I love cucumber salad. I could eat cucumber salad all the time. And it's so lightweight and refreshing.
So refreshing. Wes says that we do ours the Polish way.
Ooh.
But we do grow our own dill and we use it in there as well too.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, the Polish way.
I fuck with that.
I didn't even know. I just knew the cucumber salad and that shit was busting. I said, oh hell yeah, this shit good as fuck.
Potato and egg salad, hell yeah. Ah, dude, cucumber salad is like one of those things. But yeah, with Korean cucumber salad, gochugaru, cucumbers, onions, bit of sugar, a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of sesame oil, sesame seeds, and you just let it do its thing. But you have to salt your cucumbers before you even begin the thing. You got to draw some of that water out.
I don't know the process. Oh yeah, Wes says he's busting right now. You've got him. You got him, man.
I be cooking.
You got him. He salts the cucumbers before as well. What a G.
You got to. That's like the only way.
He said I gotta go. Be back.
It's pertinent to making a good cucumber salad. And then obviously season as you go. Some people don't really like an excessive amount of gochugaru. I like it because it's like smoky and it gets spicier the more you eat it. You could also knock in like a little bit of gochujang, and then you can have like a bit more of like a pasty sauce, which is also really good. But like it goes well as like a side dish to anything, like quite literally anything. Also, slaw. I fuck with a good slaw.
I love a slaw, yes. I love a good slaw.
Hey, yo, Fuzz, thank you for the follow, homie. Yeah, a good slaw, like Napa cabbage slaw with like the lightest, sweetest, tiniest bit of fucking like well, soy sauce, but also ponzu marinated slaw goes so hard. So hard. But Fuzz, thank you so much for that follow, homie.
What's ponzu? Like, what is that? Is that like a smokiness or?
So ponzu is kind of like a citrus so it's like a citrus fruit infused, like, so ponzu sauce is citrus infused like soy sauce, but you can use it to like liven things up. It kind of like brightens everything because it's a citrus, and citrus is delicious. I don't care what anybody says. Enjoy your limes, enjoy your lemons, enjoy your oranges. You should. They make everything brighter. But a ponzu is like it's like a type of lime. But it's really good. It's actually really good. Where's the fucking? Oh, hey, look at that.
This might be a hard question, but what is the most favorite dish you've ever made?
Ooh, that's a hard one. Slaw, love a good slaw. Fuck yeah, dude. See, Fuzz gets it. Favorite dish I have ever made, I would say, and so I went through a phase where I wanted to learn a lot about tapas.
Tapas.
And I like tapas. I like small bites. I think that you can get really creative with them. But I learned about a dish called patatas bravas, which is essentially it's a fried potato dish with like a special spicy kind of sauce. It's pretty good, and I would say that is a close second, but I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't. That's a really hard question because I've cooked a lot of food.
Okay, let's do this. Top 3.
Top 3. Okay. Like things. Okay. Okay. I'm just. Fuck. Fuck.
God, I'm tongue tied.
Yeah. I'm like.
It is a hard one though. I can imagine.
Okay. Does this also include things that I have made while like completely slammed? Because like I have some bangers that I have made while just like completely off my shit.
Okay, let's do this. We'll do top 3 while you're slammed, and then top 3 while you're not slammed.
Okay, top 3 while I'm not slammed. Chicken cordon bleu, just because it's a sheer classic. Tonkatsu ramen, just because it's always tasty. And then recently, actually, mapo tofu was amazing. Was super amazing. Very silky, great mouthfeel. And I mean, it's complex. Oh God, I'm just like talking about it and I'm like drooling right now. It's like, it's silky, it's complex, it's spicy, it's a little bit sweet. It goes great on rice, like just a nice fat bowl of rice. Oh, fuck. And then while slammed, okay. Firmness of the tofu.
What's the firmness of the tofu? Oh,
I use just regular firm, but it cooks down and softens up a bit. I would say, although you could do extra firm. Extra firm also works. You know what else has a good mouthfeel? Settle down. Okay. Off my rocker, like fucked up foods. I made softball sized crab rangoons once, and that was rad.
Damn, softballs, like an actual softball?
It was huge. It was. I took pictures of it, and I looked at my photo gallery because I do this thing when I get drunk where I just take a shitload of pictures of my food. And it was literally like larger than my hand, and like I have a pretty decent like hand span, so like it was a big fucking crab rangoon. So that one was fun. I would say that if not that, because that was like a single item, but crab rangoon pizza. I made a crab rangoon pizza because my buddy has this pizza place near him that does it regularly, and I was like, oh yeah, I can make that. So I got slammed off a whiskey, and like I went to the grocery store, opened up a bottle of whiskey, got slammed, made a deep dish crab rangoon pizza, and it was fantastic. It was way too much cheese, like more cheese than anybody should ever consume. But like I made a sweet chili gastrique to go on top of it, and fried up wontons to also go on top.
Oh, that sounds so good. Oh my goodness.
It was fantastic. Next best thing would probably be the time I baked a sourdough while drunk as shit, and then I was craving a sandwich. I was craving a sandwich, and I had the stuff to make like General Tso's chicken. So I made General Tso's chicken, put it on a sandwich with a spicy slaw, and then added a fuckload of serrano peppers and avocado ranch. And I have pictures to back up all of these things too. So like it's not
I believe it. Like I'm just like, damn, the creativity. I'm like, I want to try that.
It was pretty fantastic. And then I think the best thing that I have ever made while fucked up. Fuck. I would say I made an entire baking sheet. You drawing or what? Because I'm hard as fuck. So I'm gonna finish my drawing after the stream. It turns out A, I'm not artistic, and B, it's even harder for me to focus on drawing when I'm yapping. So hi Ivy, how you doing?
It's not easy.
It's not. It's
all.
really not. So I made a thing of chori queso. Here you go, Wes. As a matter of fact, we're gonna save this one, and then okay, here's this. We'll do this, and then okay, and then just 1 second, Wes. Hold it just like that, okay, Wes? Perfect. You're doing great, honey.
What the hell going on over there? Hold on.
Let's give. Okay, and then we're just gonna, and then we'll just do one of those, and then we'll. Perfect. I actually don't think I can show what I'm about to show on Kick. So for logistical reasons, okay, we're gonna do one of these, and then we're gonna just do one of these, and hold on, Wes. Okay, yeah, no, that's perfect, Wes. You're doing so good, bro.
Oh, now you're giving him the affirmations.
You like that, don't you? Look me in the eyes when I say it, Wes. Okay, perfect. Okay, and then
What the hell? I don't even want to know what's going on.
It's actually, here you go, Wes. So I drew you jorking your shit.
Can you send me that?
Yeah,
I
I
use that
can.
for research purposes.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Let me just. Beautiful. I'll resume the other one later. Glorious, beautiful. But yeah, the number one item I made chori queso, and then I made lemon whipped ricotta with garlic and which was it? I think it was garlic and then a balsamic glaze.
Wait, did you say pussy?
No.
Oh.
No. I lemon whipped ricotta and chori queso.
Oh, my fault.
All right, damn.
I was like, damn, okay then,
Yeah,
pop
no.
off king.
But I made those, and then I made fucking an entire plate of what the fuck was it? It was just like chicken, pepper, and onion quesadillas to dunk into the whipped ricotta and into the chori queso. But it was like shit tons of chorizo, shit tons of Oaxaca, and then like a nice light Mexican lager. A bit of spices because I wanted it to be a little bit hotter. And then on the opposite end, lemon whipped ricotta with a bit of cream, some garlic, some herbs, and then like flattened out on a plate and then drizzled with a balsamic glaze that I hand boiled down. And yeah, I just served it with some chicken quesadillas and I was like, go nuts. This is fucking, it was super tasty. I was super drunk that day. But it was good.
It sounds good. So like you do like house calls? Like
You know, honestly, I always joke around and I'm like, if anybody can, the first person to offer me the right amount of money, I don't know what that right amount is, but the first person to offer it to me, I will fly out and cook. But like it's and I mean like I basically like if anybody was like, hey, can you cook for me? I'd be like, yeah, dude, just like I don't know, supply the ingredients and like give me a 6-pack and like we're good to go. Like I don't think that's the other thing too, right? Part of the reason why I don't work in the restaurant industry is I hate the restaurant industry. It's soul sucking and crushing. And you know, if there's any chefs out there who are listening, you can call me a bitch. You can say I'm wrong, but I'm right. I worked in it. It sucked. And it made me fall out of wanting to be a chef. But now I can cook a really decent meal and I'm happy with that. And now I work as a fucking badass web developer and that's fucking cool as shit.
that is dope as shit. When you say it was soul sucking, is it just because it's like you're on I haven't I mean obviously I watch a lot of movies.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure real life isn't quite how it is in the movies, but is it because of the long hours and you're not being able to cook what you want to cook, or is there a little bit deeper?
So I mean, like aside from watching like line chefs do lines off of a toilet, and then also like the long hours and like the weird hours and like getting home after a shift and then like, you know, you cook gourmet food all day. And then the most energy you can muster up is like a pack of like dollar ramen. Made me really start to like hate it. And like, I've peeled thousands of potatoes in my life. I've done dishes. I've worked multiple stations. Like it sucked. And it's been, you know, it was eye opening because like, I don't know, you get out of school and you're like, oh yeah, I can cook. Let me do a thing. But like, the literal mob boss that is a a head chef is gonna make you wash dishes until you earn your spot, and it's not terrible, but like you have to be a specific type of person to enjoy the work, and like I don't know, just not for me, I guess, you know. But at the same time, I learned a lot, and it has made me an infinitely better like home cook, and like that's cool.
Would you ever want to maybe own your own restaurant one day?
You know what would be super fucking cool? Owning a food truck. I feel like owning a food truck would be rad. I feel like, you know, summertime, like after work, just pack up the truck and like go a couple of places, hang out until like 1 or 2 in the morning, like catch all the people getting out of the bars, and like, you know, easy way to make money. Cause I know when I'm drunk, I fucking love food. So, catch the bar scene, just go out there, do the thing. And like, I always had like this idea that if I ever owned a food truck, I would want to do like a rotated menu, but like that starts to go back into me being like trained, and like people don't want like don't want that out of a food. Well, they might actually. now that I think about it, like they might if they had the option, but like how many people are going to pay the exorbitant like fancy food expense versus getting a cheeseburger? You know what I mean? Like I would yeah, I think I could have fun with it. I think I could class up some like really junky foods and make it something better. But then like that's the other thing too is like what kind of foods would I want to specialize in? What kind of what would be my angle? You know, like I fucking love barbecue. I feel like there isn't enough barbecue in my area. Nachos, fuck off, dude. I hate nachos so much.
Damn, nachos are so good. If it's cooked right, nachos are good.
I can't. So we have this running argument in my community where we have believers that nachos are a meal, and then the right people who believe that nachos are an appetizer. Let me just see this. Ooh, shit, babe, that's looking good. It's looking tasty as hell. I'm gonna have myself some lasagna myself after I get off a stream. But yeah, so some people, I'm not naming any names. I'm just saying that, you know, some people think that nachos are a meal. However, it's not, you know, it's on the appetizer menu for a reason. There's a place here that runs.
True.
See, okay, see, we've gotten another one.
It is on the appetizer.
We've converted another. We've converted another. I guess it's the app versus dinner debate. How fat are you? Dude, I'm fat as fuck, dude. I'm fat as fuck. Which is why my big back ass can say it's absolutely an appetizer.
Listen. You know, okay, it is generally looked at as an appetizer, but on the flip side, depending on what you have on it, it can be a meal as well too. Like if you got carne asada on there, but then again, like what is considered nachos? Is it just chips and cheese? Is it, you know, everybody has their own idea of what nachos should be.
Wes Cannon here. My bad, Wes. My bad, pimp. You read that wrong, motherfucker. I wasn't calling you fat. I'm calling me fat, dude. I'm standing by the big back allegations.
Big bag.
That's right. Papa John's messed up my order. Pretty common. I got onions. Just saying, can't trust a Papa John's.
Man, Papa John's, I haven't had that in years.
You want to know?
Busted ass movie theater nachos are so fucking good. Oh yeah, like the stale chips and salt and shitty cheese.
Ugh. Should get one of those. Okay, hold up. Let me just see this.
With the jalapenos, yes. You be fucking those up.
Portable barbecue out of a converted steam engine. That sounds sick. That actually sounds cool as fuck. All right, let me go in here and then get out of Rust channel and into. Yeah, I want that. I want a fucking steam engine, dude. We need more trains. We need more trains in the fucking US. Better like ingredients.
Railroad trains?
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's just such a like an interesting thing. I mean, I guess like it would make commuting different, but then that's what you have Amtrak's for.
Yeah, but like, okay, so like my Amtrak goes from Boston to Portland, Maine, and like it has a few stops, but like most of the stops suck ass. So it's like, what if they had like a transit train that brought you to like, you know, not places that sucked ass? That would be cool.
I got you. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, you know, not necessarily like a subway. Well, maybe a subway, who knows? Like a long distance one. But like, I don't know. The public transit options kind of dookie. And like, you know, but don't get me wrong, you know, if you find yourself in Portland, Maine, you can go all the way to Boston in a couple hours, and it's usually really chill. And vice versa, you know, and then from Boston you can get off on North Station. And then get into the amazing place that is called Portland, because you know, just go to Portland, honestly. But then you have to go to
I've heard
Boston.
so many great things about Portland. I've never been, but I always, whenever Portland is brought up, it's always something positive and like it's like a place that I never would think to go visit, but it seems like a place that I maybe need to go experience.
Honestly, so Portland, Maine is nice if you like really good food, you like being near the water, you enjoy like historical stuff, and you also like craft beer. New England is New England is very, very like pro craft beer. Like we have some of the best brewers in New England. But you can do so much shit in Portland, and there's so many good restaurants, and like it's crazy how much fun you can have there, and like honestly for short money, and parking is generally pretty easy. But of course, so New England cities are much smaller than places like LA and fucking Seattle and like all that shit. So you do have to consider the fact that like New England's charm has its limit because it's you know, it's missing a lot of the same amenities that a lot of people are like looking for, because the metropolitans are a lot smaller, but it makes up for it with charm for the most part.
Right. New England and Portland, definitely need to go visit that. Portland has always been a goal. Not the deleting of the messages.
Damn.
He said when I was single, I used to go fishing.
And then
Mike.
And-
Still go fishing.
yeah, dude.
Oh man, I'll definitely like Portland though. Definitely seems like a fun, chill place to go experience.
It's really
For
good.
sure,
It's really good.
that'd be different.
There is would love to go to Portland again. Hell yeah, I'll take you. There is a couple of places that I really, 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 really enjoy in Portland, and I took Courtney there for her first time, and it was super enjoyable. Like there's a sushi place called Mr. Tuna, which is fucking awesome. And like we also went to a place called Duck Fat where like everything there is fried in duck fat. Super, super good if you like Belgian fries. I wanted to take her to Nosh, so maybe that'll be a next time. But like so many good places, and plus like if you're already in Portland, you can go up to like Rockport. There's so many like old like fucking lobster shacks, especially during the summer.
Ooh,
And like lobster rolls are fucking mint. Ah, God, I love lobster rolls so much.
the lobster's so good. Oh,
really
I love
is.
some good lobster. Oh man.
It really is. And like, I mean, there's just, especially like, Ivy, I was literally just about to say, there's like all of the lakes and everything. The lakes are like super scenic. You can just pull up for a day and like hang out at the lake, and the water is clear and everything is nice. And like the people in Maine are pretty okay because they're not like right in Massachusetts assholes. So like they're not like unfriendly or anything. They you know, yup, they all sound like this, yup, but like other than that, that's okay. And then again, there's like some great places up the seacoast and everything. In New Hampshire, there is the nation's largest retro arcade. So like it's
Ooh.
like 3 stories tall, which is awesome, and it has a bowling alley.
Oh, bowling. Oh, I miss bowling. It's been so long.
Bowling is super fun. Bowling is super, super fun.
So fun. It's definitely. Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
And there's like actually I mean, not that this would apply to everyone, but if you're adventurous, the town where paintball was invented is like 45 minutes away from me. Bones White kicked our
I've
butts.
always wanted to go paintballing. I've always wanted to do it, but the people I was hanging out with at the time were a little sexist, and were like, "No, you're a girl. You're gonna get welts, and it's too much." And I'm
Okay.
like, "Yo,
And
I want to experience it. Like, let me feel like I'm in the Like, let me not shoot somebody, because somebody might clip that out of the
Yeah.
way.
Let me
But,
paintball
like,
somebody.
Exactly. Wes says I'm going for headshots only.
Hell yeah.
See,
Hell yeah.
let's fuck it. Let's go.
I'm
trying to.
I've been paintballing now. I think I've been paintballing now for like over 15 years. And
Oh shit.
it is a really awesome sport. Whether you play woods or speedball. It's super fun, high octane. You will get hit eventually, and it does hurt like a motherfucker, but like it's temporary. It's like taking a bump or something. It's not the end of the world. Like the last tournament I played in on a speedball course, I hit Snake and slid, and then I shot a guy in the hand, and he turned around and shot me 3 times in the neck. That sucked, but like it was over in a couple of minutes. So like
That sounds fun as fuck though.
Oh, it's super fun. It's super fun. And plus like the woods ball courses are like generally huge sprawling land areas like of just woods, and they've got like little bunkers and everything all over the place. So you just go in there, post up, wait for somebody to run by you, and just it's like hunting. It's like hunting, except it's like
laser tag.
Yeah,
with guns.
Painful tag. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's sick. It's sick. And like it also like it's just cool because it gets you out of the house for the day. You go home, you're fucking covered in sweat, hit the shower, you sleep like a baby. Sleep like a
man,
baby.
that sounds fun as fuck.
Yeah.
Someone said paintballing is fun except for the steaming goggles. I had fun. Recommend it for sure though.
So like what they mean is the full face mask when you breathe can steam up your lenses. So they make like anti-fog wipes and sprays to like help you out with that. But like getting shot in the face is scary.
Oh, I can imagine. Someone said airsofting is fun too. What's airsofting?
Airsofting is like paintball, except instead of paintballs, it's 6mm BBs, and usually the air guns are modeled after like real life firearms. So like, and you can get them. You can get them in like in spring configurations and electric configurations and gas configurations. But it's pretty cool because like then you literally like strapped up with an AK-47 doing like combat rolls into the next room. It's sick. It's sick. It's actually really fun.
I'm trying to do some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like...
it's cool as hell. It's honestly like again another thing, and like indoor airsoft ranges are super cool because like given that you've like watched a lot of movies, anytime you see like the military dudes training, they're usually in a kill house. So like you can go and run those kill houses. So like the big like boxed out areas, you can go run those like on the airsoft field, and it's sick. It's actually super sick. And like again, just something to get you out of the house and do like all kinds of cool stuff.
And that's something different too. Like you know, like who thinks to go, you know what, let's go paintballing today, or let's go do some airsoft today.
Exactly.
That shit is different and fun.
Yeah.
And I have a BB gun.
Yo, chill. No, not the BB gun. Except Wes doesn't know that I also have a BB gun.
Oh.
Yeah. Now we're in a standoff, dude. We're in a standoff. How are we gonna handle this?
Man, you know what? Damn, this shit is fun as fuck. This actually sounds like so much fun.
It is.
We like next big like event, like convention or something, we should all just do like a huge stream like goal to do like paintballing in that city. Like we like the whole squad, like we all just get together and fucking kill it, because I think that'd be fun, especially because our squad, we're all competitive and we also talk a lot of shit.
Oh, that's perfect. I'll have to break out the 14-inch barrel on the axe. That'll be sick.
Okay, but wait, we need rules with you because you've been doing it for 15 years. So like we gotta like, you can't just come out. As a chick, the boys also were like, oh, girls can't play, and I proved them wrong in airsofting by capturing the flag for our team. But some guy shot his pistol right at my ass cheek, but he got banned off the field and I had a bruise for weeks. Oh shit. Wait, there's rules?
Yeah, there's rules. It's usually like
Oh.
field specific rules and everything, but like for the most part, like the end goal is to, so like if you're playing capture the flag, then you go and capture the flag. If it's like TDM or anything like that, you're just killing other people in game. But like, for the most part, like you have to abide by field safety rules and everything. Like, so within like the last time I played paintball, it was on, they called it pirate ship, but it was like a big wooden ship that they built for the field. And then you had people storming up the beachhead, and then the other people were up defending the ship. But
Oh.
one of the direct rules was you can't lean over the banister and fire down at people. You have to wait for them to breach the ship before you can start firing at them. So
That's lame. Like, cause
Well-
in real life, you shooting down on people.
Yeah,
okay,
well-
let me chill. Let me chill. It's just a game. It's just a game.
yeah, but imagine you hit like the one fucking 12-year-old with a soft spot, and like,
Oh, yeah. Wait, yeah. I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, I didn't think it would actually kill him. See, I got carried
my
away.
bad, my
I
bad.
got too carried away. My fault.
She's into it. She's fucking into it.
Someone wanted to know, have you tried the tank version? They thought it was a thing.
Tank paintball or airsoft? Because no, but I would be intrigued.
I'm not sure if they mean airsoft or paintball.
Yeah, I mean,
But one of the two.
anything involving me getting into a tank sounds badass, and I want to do that. I want
That would
to.
be kind of fun.
I want to do that right
but
now.
I don't like just hop in a tank and just
Yeah.
start blasting people.
Anybody got a tank they're trying to let me shoot paintballs out of? Because like I'll pay. I got $3. God damn, that actually. Oh man, some people are so lucky, dude. So many.
That
Some
they-
people are just
They
so
get to be in
lucky.
tanks.
Yeah, they just fucking, look at me. I'm fucking Mr. Moneybags. I own a fucking tank. Meanwhile, I'm making car payments. Fuck you, dude.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with them car payments,
Nope,
shit.
nope.
Because eventually it's gonna be yours. You feel me?
That's true. That's so true.
Like, what's that?
So
Since we're all so hungry, can we just shoot meatballs at each other? Yo, I'd be trying to grab that.
Yeah. No, oh my god. I haven't. You know what? We were actually just having that conversation a couple of days ago. People in my community and Court, my girlfriend, and I, we were all talking about like the last time we had like meatball sandwiches, and like I want to make meatballs sometime soon. A good meatball goes a long way.
A meatball sandwich. I haven't had a meatball sandwich in a hot minute. Hot minute.
Like it just.
Oh, they said paintball tanks. That's what they were referring to, though.
Oh
Paintball
yeah,
tanks.
no, I haven't done that, but I want to now. That's on my list of to-dos.
That would be fun as fuck.
Hell yeah.
That would be. Sometimes I just crave some big ass meatballs covered in cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else, just the balls. Like legitimately, he means just the
That's
meatballs.
That's
it.
totally
With
fine
some
for me.
cheese.
For me, I want like a semolina roll, like a couple huge meatballs. Like you can slice them in half. Doesn't matter how you do it, but semolina roll, some good marinara, some really good like buffalo mozz, and like a shitload of herbs, like fresh basil and shit. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting so hungry.
Damn, you just made that shit sound so gourmet.
Oh my god. I'm trying to. I'm gonna go fucking feral. I'm gonna be like a feral raccoon in my fridge.
Just
Straight-
listen.
Motorboating my fridge.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Okay.
Yeah.
We definitely do need to see what you cook up tonight, because it's gonna be something.
Probably gonna be
something good.
leftovers. I don't have anything like out for cooking, but I do have to go to the grocery store tomorrow. So I'm gonna see what they have, because like if I find catfish, I'm buying that shit. Just on the conversation alone tonight. Definitely buying some catfish. I can rustle up some collard greens, and then like I can make cornbread. That'd be fucking more than enough. God, dude,
Listen.
yeah, like dead
I'm
ass.
so hungry. I either want cornbread,
Yep.
catfish, and greens, or I want a seafood boil, because damn, that shit has me thinking
Yeah.
as well to like, yeah. Well, we got leftovers too, so never mind.
Damn.
We do got leftovers though. That it's the red beans and rice. That shit
All
busting.
right,
That
all right,
shit
guys.
busting.
30 gifted, 30 gifted in Sasha's channel, and she goes and gets not leftovers. 30, 30 gifted in Sasha's channel.
I'm fucking weak.
Honestly, though,
Still gotta
like,
eat leftovers. I'm dead.
I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, you know, sometimes, especially like, I don't know. I've been eating lasagna like pretty much all week, and I'm afraid if I eat more lasagna, like I'm a straight plug up. So like, I might have to pick up some like Metamucil or something, because I'm like, I'm worried. There's a lot of cheese going on in there, and like, my system ain't what it used to be. You know, I'm not as good as I once was. You know, but like,
I
damn,
feel you there.
like the lasagna is so good though. But I'm out of garlic bread. Oh.
Ooh, a good smothered pork chop with some mashed potatoes.
Ooh, yeah, that sounds fucking good as hell.
That sounds so fucking good.
That, so smothered pork chop, mashed potatoes, a nice gravy, and like just a dash of like cranberry sauce, but not the canned shit.
Okay, I was gonna be like, I don't like the
No.
cranberry sauce.
No, not the canned shit. You make that shit fresh. Make that shit fresh. Give it a bit of sweetness, just a dash of salt, and like it's sweet, it's cranberry-y, it meshes well with the gravy. It goes good with the mash. Big doink plus more lasagna. Oh, dude, stop. You're right. I might have to. Might have to take one for the team. But yeah, no, that sounds good as fuck. Oh my god. Or just like a ribeye.
It really does.
A ribeye steak.
A ribeye?
Yeah.
Oh, now steak, you talking dirty. God damn.
Damn,
steak is so good.
The last time Courtney was here, because she lives in Canada, but I made her steak au pois, and I did it over garlic mash with mustard greens and drizzle, which was really nice.
Steak who?
Au pois.
A plot? What's
with
that?
with a peppercorn sauce.
Oh, okay. Steak. Say it again.
Au pois.
Au plat.
Au pois. It's weird because it's French.
Okay. You know, I mean, I should be able to. I love the French, so I should be able to pronounce this.
But it's typically just like it's a peppercorn sauce. With typically you would do it with filet, but filet sucks ass, and I don't care what anybody says, because if you have to add fat to it to make it taste better, then it's probably not a really good cut. It's just really soft. I'm just gonna say it. Everybody can shit on me afterwards, but a nice peppercorn sauce. So I like hand milled out some peppercorns. She can't have dairy though, so I actually modified it and used coconut milk instead of actual dairy. And it came out really good. As a matter of fact, the peppercorn sauce was like both peppery and just lightly sweet, which was really nice. But yeah, it's super good. And then like I think we did wedges instead of shoestrings, because I kind of wanted to do like steak frites, but I was too lazy to cut out shoestrings. So I did wedges.
Your girl's over here.
Yeah.
Hey, girl. I didn't even know that. Hey. Aw. Sorry. That's just maybe. I was like, oh, your girlfriend's over here.
Yeah, that's her. That's her.
Aw. Hey, girl. Hey. Ooh, she's cheating on streams.
That's all right. You can have her temporarily. She's always coming back to daddy.
Hey, yeah, let him know.
But yeah, no,
that's cool. Okay, so you use coconut milk instead.
Yep. Instead of like heavy cream and everything, so that way she can eat it. Actually, I might
Okay.
be able to find a picture of that too.
That sounds good. A peppercorn sauce
It was
over some
honestly, it
smothered
was
pork
really good.
chops.
It was really, really good. Fuck let me see here. Bum, bum, bum.
It do
But
sound good, baby. Shit, I might have to cook that tonight or tomorrow.
hell yeah.
I'll go get the ingredients, man, and damn, that shit sounds so fucking good. Huh?
What?
He said, huh?
Huh?
I fuck up one meal and he loses all faith in me.
I
Fucking
mean,
mac and cheese, bro.
damn. All of this over the mac and cheese? Damn.
When I tell you, it was a disgrace. And you know what? Greg is such a good friend. He was like, yeah, chat, this is good. And I'm like, you ain't gotta lie, bro. We know it ain't good.
Damn.
It was,
Yeah, hun, if you want to send it.
it was brown, like Greg Brown.
Oh, holy shit.
It was so bad.
Oh my
So
God.
bad. Oh,
I made it. I was
fuck.
starting a fire and burning dogs. W, dude. Man. Greg Brown for, oh my God.
It was though. Like that's the sad part. There's no embellishing. It was gray and brown, and
Oh my God.
it just it went in the trash. He did make a chimichurri sauce on steak, and that was really good too. Ooh, chimichurri sauce.
Oh, I fucking love chimichurri. Yeah,
That sounds good.
the first steak dish, we, instead of using filet, because filet is gross, we did a New York strip and we did a ribeye. So we had two cuts of steak, and then yeah, actually, here we go. Send this over to you. But we did New York strip, and then we did a ribeye, and like a really nice ones too. So they fried up really nice. I did them in cast, and then I reverse seared them. God, just talking about it's making my mouth soaked.
Wait, what does reverse sear mean again?
So reverse searing is the act of like searing the outside, and then wait, is that? Yeah. So you're chucking it in the oven afterwards.
Oh yeah. That's right. That's right. The only
Boom.
thing I would add to a good steak would be a chimichurri sauce. Ooh.
Yeah,
So
a good
good. I used to-
chimichurri is so fucking good. I actually
Oh, you
posted.
start in the oven.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
the
finish
reverse.
on the
Start in the
skillet.
oven. Yeah,
That's
I was
the
like,
reverse.
hold on. Yeah. But so you start in the
Gotcha.
oven and then you sear it. Also sous vide. It takes a lot of time, but goddamn is it worth it. Dale, I made it. Welcome in. I was starting a fire and burning dogs. How burnt are we talking here? Yeah, also, about this mac and cheese, do you have any photos of said mac and cheese?
No, fuck that. Hell no. You know, and I'm glad that after a while, Kick deletes VODs, you know? So, like, the evidence is no longer there. The evidence is gone.
It don't
and
exist anymore.
It don't, you know? Like, I could sit here and be like, oh, no. Oh, you believe you have something. See, you know what? Wes probably would have
Damn.
fucking something.
Damn.
Damn.
Not quite Freddy type burnt, but close to Skywalker. W, why are you burning your hot dogs that much? I mean, I get it, I guess, but like a little crisp is.
That's too burnt.
Yeah, dude. I mean, well, hey, you know, maybe he knows something I don't. You know, he might.
Damn, this looks good.
It was tasty. It was very tasty. Lots of peppercorn sauce, a nice mash.
Damn, that look good. God damn.
Perfect medium rare.
God damn.
My mom couldn't cook growing up, and now I crave shitty burnt hot dogs and overdone steak sometimes. That's fair. I respect that, actually. I respect that. Sasha, I'm going to be right back, okay? I have to go potty so bad. I've been holding it.
Oh man,
So-
please go potty.
I'll be right back.
Okay. God damn, that shit look good. Did you see that steak? Oh my god. And the way he just photographs this shit too, man, with the spinach on the side, like, god damn it. I'm so hungry. This shit has made my stomach growling. Dude, I like a good, like, not burnt, seared hot dog, but I don't want it like crispy burnt, you know? You took that photo? You used to do photography? Oh shit. Well, that's an amazing photo, for real. For real. I would love a proper glizzy. Onions, mustard, pepper, salt and pepper, maybe a tomato slice or something. Damn, yeah. Oh, like the ones that they be on the side of the streets and it smells so good and it just like pulls you in. Those be so good. Making you starve. I've always told him if he wants to do a cookbook, I'd photograph his food for him. Honestly, I hope he does do a cookbook. Like, the idea he was mentioning earlier would actually be super fucking cool, and especially if it kind of gets traveled around. Like, yeah, you
Yeah, that'd
really
be
do
sick.
an amazing job. Oh, hey, that was
Hello.
a quick piss.
It was, in fact, a quick piss.
We were just talking about how your girl takes really amazing photographs.
She does. She used to be a photographer.
Yeah, that's what she was telling me. Yeah, that's dope as fuck though.
Yeah.
For real.
Trying to find.
Oops, let me actually get back to like drawing something.
I know. I'm sorry. I totally slacked. I'm gonna finish it after the stream, though. I promise. I will.
Oh no, you're a Gucci.
Will be sending it.
You're a Gucci. I have to draw no matter what, or else.
Yeah.
I might have to switch categories, but
That's fair.
speaking of, someone did text me,
Mhm.
and she let me know that we are currently in first place.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Hell yeah,
I'm
that's
not gonna
what
get
a
too excited.
W.
Not gonna get too excited, but yes, we are. We are currently at the top. At the top.
I'm proud
but
of you. That's awesome. That's super
thank
fucking
you,
awesome.
Thank you.
You've earned it.
We're gonna stay humble though. It's always
Absolutely.
nice to see progress. Yes, it is.
Very true.
Yes,
Very
it
true.
is. Yes, it is. But yeah, I thought I'd just mention that.
Oh, absolutely. You should totally like, I'm proud of you. That's fucking amazing. This is the success that I'm talking about.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
baby, too. Thank you. Not you.
No, I
No, I know.
Well,
It was just the timing. But it does make the work worth it, 100%. Like, sometimes I feel like sometimes I'm like, oh man, I'm putting in all this time.
Mhm.
Wes and I also aren't able to like go out and do shit because I'm streaming all the time, every day, nonstop. Like it affects real life, and I'm always wondering, like, is this gonna be worth it? Like, I miss
Absolutely.
the outside for real. Like, there's no outside.
It becomes
and it's not just me. Like, he's in here with me every day as well, helping make for sure the channel stays good, helping me out when I have some tech issues or I need something. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's really been a teamwork. So to see, like he said, the progress, like, it really does make it fucking worth it at the end of the day.
Exactly. And I mean, like, metrics aside, right? There's a lot to be said about, throwing your whole back and soul into something to like really earn it, because like, I don't personally know how long you've been on Kick, and obviously this is our first like, face-to-face like interaction and conversation, but like I sense a lot of like goodness in you, and I know that like you're excited about what you're doing and you're dedicated to the task, and I think that that's really important, because like it is the hallmark of a quality content creator to like actually give a shit, and like you don't have to do anything other than be unapologetically yourself in order to make all of this work. And like that's I mean, like you're very talented at art, which is amazing, you know. And like all things aside, like I think you're a really lovely person, and I'm glad I got to meet you in the series of the internet tubes. Somehow managed to cross our paths, and as a result, you know, we get to have this conversation today, and we get to celebrate the small victories and the fucking huge one. Because I mean, you know, number one, let's fucking go. That's amazing. I'm proud of you. You did good stuff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I'm trying not to cry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get
I'm
all
a little crybaby, but
I get a little monologue-y sometimes, so I apologize.
no, it's okay. No, but thank you for the kind words. Really.
Absolutely.
It's hard to sometimes always believe in yourself.
Mhm.
And you know, when I originally started this competition, it wasn't to win.
Right.
It was I needed to get out of a dark place, and I needed to really flip my shit around. Like I needed something drastically different.
Mhm.
The competition just happened to be kind of the perfect timing, and my whole thing was, even win or lose, if I stay up with this, I stay consistent with this, I give this my all.
Mhm.
Even if I don't place and I don't win, I still fucking won, because I went from not doing any content creation at all for a year and some change to now diving deep into one of Kick's biggest, you know, competitions. And that to me was my goal.
And it's
Seeing
honestly
how I've been climbing and seeing where I was, I kind of did switch up a little bit, where I was like, wait a minute, a bitch might actually have a chance to at least place top 4, top 3 maybe.
yeah.
So yeah,
No,
it's nice to hear those though.
no, absolutely. And I mean, like, you know, like no challenge in life is oftentimes ill rewarded, you know. So like by taking this upon yourself and like really dedicating the time and, you know, the effort, like the effort is the most important part, right? Because like you know, and I'm not talking any shit, right? But like there are people who are doing, you know, whatever it is that they're doing, right? And then scratching their heads and kind of being like, well, why isn't this working? But like, you know, like how many people are doing the same volume of effort, you know? And like I'm proud of everyone, you know. I entered this to like learn about myself and see where I rank. I have no chance in hell of hitting, you know, like, you know, the top 5, and like that's okay. I never came into it being like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. But you know, like last week or the week before, I was top 100 for video gaming, which is
Hell
awesome.
yeah,
Which is awesome, right? And it's like,
that's dope as shit.
yeah, and it's like, so back on what I said earlier, right? When we were talking about like self-delusion and what it takes to be a streamer, the self-delusion is there. I put a lot of effort into it, and obviously I've backed off a little bit because, like, you know, I have stuff that is more important in real life. But you know, the biggest thing is like the effort, the show of authenticity, and like the realism that comes with that, like being unapologetically yourself. People see that, and I think that when people kind of like examine like who a person is when they stumble across a stream and everything like that, like they look for authenticity, they look for something relatable, they look for, you know, something that they can kind of like snatch onto, so that way they can like understand. And I think that that's part of like human relation, is like trying to find a place where, again, you can meet in the middle ground and everything. And like if you're putting on a farce, people are generally pretty good about sussing that out. And some people don't care, you know, some people are just here for the ride and everything like that. But like there is so much to your character, and you know, you're yourself. I don't necessarily get the feeling that like you would portray yourself as anything other than you, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing, because like as a as a person and as somebody who is a friend, I would rather you be like 150% like upfront and honest with me than like, portray yourself one way and then be completely different the other way. And I very much applaud the fact that like you've worked super, super hard, created a space for yourself, and are just dominating. That's amazing. Like I said earlier, when the homies are successful, we celebrate that because that's how it should be. That's literally how it should be. Be proud of your accomplishments because you've earned them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Really, thank you.
Of course.
I really do try to be who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I am a more like elevated version of myself, just like more energy. I'm actually like really quiet in person.
Sure.
Like I have quiet moments a lot, but I try to be myself. I really do. There was a point where I started my internet journey where I created a whole person. Like she went to college. Like it was a whole different person. Like
Yeah.
it was exhausting because I'm like, that's not me. So I decided to like be myself, and either you fuck with me or you don't fuck with me. That's kind of where I am, and I've learned that just throughout age and life and shit. Like either you're gonna vibe with me or you're not. Like I'm a whole ass mess, but I can be a good mess. But I'm also a human, and I'm far from perfect, and I go through a lot of struggles, and
Mm-hmm.
but I do try my best. And even when I feel burnt out or if I get a little down, I am very, very, very blessed enough to have such an amazing partner that will be like, listen,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I may not always want to hear it, or maybe like in that moment I don't want to hear it, but it's like, yeah, like I set out to do this, so I'm tired as fuck. Like I'm burnt out. Like I've been counting down the days till this shit is over. I'm
Yep.
like, I can't wait. I'm burnt out. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm artistically like I feel a blockage happening.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to lay in bed and watch Netflix. Like I just
Totally
want some time
understand.
off. But
Totally understand. And like I think that the force of like going through and doing all of this, right? It can create its own little like block. And like that's definitely something that I'm sure you're capable and equipped to handle because like, you're trend setting. You're doing something that like you can say is uniquely yourself and nobody else can take that from you. And there should always be pride, right? Like not in the malicious kind of way, but there should always be pride because you're putting your best foot forward and you're doing an amazing job. um and you should be love and struggle with love. Correct. 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 And like the one of the biggest things, as I get older, and I start to realize like, now that I'm in my 30s, not everybody's going to come jump in to save me and everything, but like that's okay because I've learned to support myself and have done so for the longest time. But like, I guess the full version of today condensed down is quite literally my message to everyone ever is always it's okay to not be okay. Um
mm,
don't forget that through hard work, there's reward, but also leave some time and some space for yourself to like take a deep breath, walk away. And I mean like, even if that means like, sleeping in an extra couple of hours or maybe lagging behind on stream or something, like do what you have to do to A, impress yourself, and be good with that decision, right? Because like especially now you want to be taking that like super serious, and you really should, because it's not easy to get up there. um but like you're doing an amazing job. Just make sure to leave a little bit for yourself too, because like you're worth it and you deserve it. So celebrate, but also make sure to do so in stride. Whatever it takes out of you, make sure you have enough to put back, you know?
Yeah. No, yeah. You're definitely right. And you're not the first person that has said, if you need to take some time, take some time.
Mhm.
Like even just yesterday, like I couldn't stream for hours on end. I was like, all right, y'all, I was gonna take a break
Mhm.
and come back. I ended up literally dying in the sense of like I was clocked out. I was asleep. I
Yep.
went to sleep with I had my wig still on, full face of makeup, my clothes on, like I was out and I slept all the way from like 6 p.m. to 6:30 in the morning. Like I woke up so confused, like
Must have
what the
needed it.
hell?
Must have needed it. And like
I obviously did.
the effort, like the effort that it takes to like get up and do all of this, because like that's the other thing too, right? Is like, so I'm a terrible planner. I like when it comes to like anything stream related, because like my schedule involves just like work and then whatever I need to do outside of work. So like I never really like plan anything. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure if what I'm doing is what people fuck with, but they're here for me, and like I appreciate that, because like, in the same way that like I would be there for them.
Mhm.
But like, sometimes it takes a lot of effort. It does. And like having already worked, I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. And like when I finally shut down stream and everything and my body's all relaxed and everything like that, like I'm probably just gonna knock the fuck out, and I'm excited for that, but at the same time it's like, oh man, maybe I could have gone longer, maybe I could have pushed the upper envelope and like, done a little bit more and yada yada. But like then my body hits my pillow and before I know it, I'm out like a light. And like
Mm.
clockwork too. You can ask Coke. She, like, once midnight comes around, like my body's just like, yeah, it's time for sleep. So like, being able to like balance and do everything the way you're doing is admirable. It's definitely admirable. And I think you're doing a great job. Let's see. I almost forgot I'm hungry because some of the beautiful shit y'all
I
talking.
know, right? Midnight is wild. We're usually like 9 p.m., maybe 10 if we're feeling frisky. But like we
Yeah,
be in bed early.
yeah.
Like midnight, woo!
Some nights I'll even strap on the big boy pants and stay up until 1:30, and then by then I'm literally basically like dead to the world. I'm just like laying there drooling on myself, but I do it. Um and I don't know. It's just I'm glad to see that you're glad to see your progress, because like, as my own biggest critic, I think I beat myself up a lot because I don't think I'm doing enough, or I'm not doing enough interesting things, or I'm not this, or I'm not that. And I think that comes with the weight of the situation. Um because like, again, streaming is a large mental strain. It is a large, like, emotional strain. Like it can pull you in every direction. And especially with somebody who like being on the front page and everything, I'm sure that plenty of gross people have like come in and said just like awful shit, just like really awful
Oh
shit.
yeah,
And like
100%.
that stuff always chews me up. Like the guy that came in here being like an edgy cuck, like I
Mm.
don't know, I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand it. I don't really understand it. Like when your purpose is to bring others down with you, like it just shows it truly displays how miserable a person can be if they're willing to try and drag others into their misery just for the fun of it. Lo 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 lo
Mm-hmm.
for the lo. Like that's gross behavior and that sucks. And I'm sure that those closest to you, friends, family, and everything will all welcome the effort that you put in, because like it's not just art, it's not just getting dressed, it's not just putting on makeup, it's not just putting on a wig, it's everything, it's everything involved. Like there have been nights where I have come home from work, gone straight to streamed until like 1-2 in the morning, not eaten anything, and then woke up 4 hours later to get ready to do work again. um hey, we love you too, smell it. And like it's stuff like that. So like I personally know that like my reward has been like, you know, insane growth within a year, which is awesome. Um, but like, you know, there are those sacrifices, and they're not always healthy, and they're not always like pretty to look at, but they do happen, and it can be draining, and it can be hard, and it can be a lot of things that are pretty negative, especially when you don't feel validated in the choices that you're making, and also just kind of like the doubt that comes with you not feeling necessarily validated. It it can definitely wear down on you. So like make sure, exactly, validating your own disappointment within yourself. Yes. Because that's the other thing too, is like being your own biggest critic, right? Like anybody on the outside can look in and be like, "Oh wow, they're doing this. That's awesome." But like they also don't wake up and look at you in the mirror like you look at you in the mirror. And like, you know, sometimes we wake up and we're feeling great. Other times we wake up and we don't like the person that we see staring back. Um so it is paramount, it is pertinent that, you know, you take care of like your health, both mentally, physically, emotionally, all of these things, so that way you can lead a good stream, you can do the things that you want to do, you can be proud of the things that you're putting out, because it's worth it in the end. And you know, the end has to justify the means. So like,
Mhm.
you know, if like, you know, being number one is like the end goal for you, like it could be. I mean, just doing the thing, showing up today and doing the thing is already like a superhero level like task, and you're doing that. I see you doing it every day, and like again, I'm applauding the fact that, you know, you're going out of your way to like stop into people's streams and spend time with them. um because you've done really good things with your platform and with your time and with the opportunity that you've generated yourself. That's the other thing too, is something I meant to touch on earlier. Because we were talking about like opportunity and everything like that. I think a lot of people discount the fact that they generate opportunity for themselves. I don't think that there's necessarily like an innate amount of like, you know, predetermined opportunity hanging out on a shelf. I think that like you have to work for it before it manifests. And I think given you know, the frequency, the time, and now the new like kick pitch, like you've generated so much opportunity for yourself, and it's good to know that you're not like squandering it, because I think you're doing like really just good things.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
I mean, I'll be honest, like in the beginning, the pitch kick was really just how can I get more people to watch me so I can rank up higher, you know, in
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
competition.
Absolutely.
But but then I really thought about it. I was like, I could have pitched really anything, but I was like, what is it that I want to do? And I was like, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Mental health is something that I feel like is very important
Mm-hmm.
and very not talked about enough, especially as creators. We all
Yes.
struggle with it. So I'm like, why not bring therapy and mental health and just what things we do as people individually together and just see where it goes. And I
Mm-hmm.
really thought it was just going to be my little 12 or whatever, 14, whatever episodes. And then that was it. But I got so much love and so much support,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of creators reaching out saying, hey, I would love to be a guest. Like,
Mm-hmm.
can I be on there? And I'm like, all right, let's do another fucking season. I didn't think
Hell
that this
yeah.
was going to connect as much as it did.
Mm-hmm.
So that's also that's something that I think I feel most accomplished about.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, yeah, I'm gonna put it out there. I want to fucking win.
Hell
Like,
yeah.
why wouldn't you at this point of where I'm at? Like, I want to win,
Absolutely.
but I feel my biggest accomplishment was doing this podcast. I needed it for myself,
Mm-hmm.
and just the DMs and the kind words, and just people being like, you know what, I really resonated with that episode, or
Mm-hmm.
thank you for, the other day I talked about how, I should not technically be alive. And they're like, that I connected with that, but you're brave for being able to speak on that. It made me feel left alone. That's the reason why I'm like, okay, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. This is my purpose. This is my reason, and it obviously resonates with people, and that is something that I will forever cherish and be prideful of. And I would love to see how much of a bigger scale I can take this.
Absolutely.
So yeah, like, thank you. That does mean a lot. Thank you.
Of course. I like, I don't know. I definitely agree. I think that mental health, like universally, not just as streamers, but in general, I think mental health really isn't like spoken on much. And I definitely think that it should be, which is, it's scary. They always say like the scariest part is taking the first step. And I know, like, everybody has their demons that they got to deal with, whether that be like something small, but like, that's the other thing too, right? Is like, what is small? How do we not diminish somebody else's struggle in order to validate, the things that they're going through? Because like, somebody might have just been like, you know what, I lost a lug nut on my car and I'm freaking out. And to somebody else that might be like, that's silly. Why would you be upset about that? But like to somebody, that's a big deal, And so like,
exactly.
I think, not for nothing, like I think collectively we as creators, can all do a little bit better, both for ourselves and for each other, to kind of like spread like goodwill and just be like, hey, listen, I got you if you need me. But also just kind of like openly talk about how we're feeling. I know I personally have started kind of avoiding stream on days where I'm just like, not like, when I'm in a mood, I'm terrible to be around. I'm either super, super fun and upbeat and uplifting, or like I'm the worst. And I hate it. I hate it when I'm in one of those moods, because I don't ever want to be the worst. I always want to be the best version of myself. And sometimes I have to step away. Sometimes I have to like truly walk away and be like, I can't do this tonight. I don't want you guys to see me like this. And some people are encouraging enough. They're like, no, it'll be fine. And it's like, nah, you like, you gotta just like, I can't do this. And like, that's a lesson I've had to learn like through streaming. Cause like, that's the other thing too, is like the streams where I've been like, a pissy little piss boy. I'm generally not performing well, both in like the game or whatever. And like, I'm not able to really hold the audience, because like, they're used to the upbeat, they're used to the like exciting and ecstatic, and then when they see me like in a bad mood, like they can immediately suss it out. And like, honestly, I don't blame people for not wanting to be around that, because that's not their issue. But like, I also don't know how to address it. That's the other thing too, right? Is like, so do I open up stream and I say, like, elephant in the room, I smashed my dick into my car door today and now everything's ruined? Or, do I like, just let dead dogs lay, so like, that's
one thing that that made sense to me, because sometimes I've done that, like just started stream like, oh my god, y'all, like, but it's because like, oh, I want to tell you guys what happened, and not realizing how that can affect someone. And the analogy was, imagine you open up the front door to someone and the first thing they say to you is like something negative, or like something that happened to them.
Right.
Like they haven't even came into the door yet. And I've taken that and I'm like, oh, damn, that does make sense. Like, let people have a chance to kind of like get settled in, and then, maybe mention like, hey, y'all, like today just ain't my fucking day. I'm trying. I might not be able to do, what we normally do, but yeah, but that analogy, like, really, like, I was like, oh, that clicked more in my head than, oh, when you log on stream, you don't want to just start speaking about how you feel.
Yes.
Because I'm like, well, why wouldn't you? It's a stream. Like, duh, we're there to talk. We're yapping. But the front door, that made it go. That made it click. Like, back up. Like, literally, like, back the fuck. Like, damn, bitch, you just opened the door. Like, Why you coming at me like that?
There-
That made so much sense.
There was one stream that I had that like I'm not proud of it, but I had like I crashed out. I crashed out on somebody for doing some fucked up shit. And I started my stream extremely high energy, like fuck this, fuck you, fuck everything, blah blah blah. But like, you know, I had to like work through some things. And honestly, it was not a super great stream. It was just not a super great stream. But like I learned from it. I learned that like maybe I don't take, you know, personal issues out into the wild, because like, you know, again, it's not everybody's business, and sometimes I'd just be saying shit. But like it's very 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 important to me, again, that like, and I know it almost sounds contradictory, right? Like I just started this sentence in this monologue with so anyways, I crashed out on a person for being a fuckhead. But like, you know, I really want to create an environment where people can, you know, be comfortable and feel safe and feel valued. But like, you know, then stuff like that happens and it's like, all right, I'm going to speak on it, and then it's going to be dead in the water. And you know, processing the emotional part of everything, because it's like sometimes emotional stuff is hard. Sometimes sometimes you don't really know the best way to kind of, you know, not drag your balls in the glass, but you just kind of have to like experience and do it. And, you know, then you kind of like, you get the experience of it and you learn it. And, you know, that's like all fine and dandy, but that doesn't always like cure up the emotional stuff. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I think, again, I think we as a community and we as content creators can do better by ourselves and by each other to like really cater to an environment where people feel safe and secure. Because like, again, it's not always easy, but it is the place that we cultivate. And, you know, if we want people to be happy and we want people to be contented, we ourselves have to be contented. So we have to find it within ourselves to, you know, deal with the things that we may not have the strength for at the moment. You know, what is it? God grant me the serenity. Yeah.
Yep. God grant me the serenity to the strength that cannot. Shit, I forgot the rest of it, but yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
The wisdom to know the difference. That's the part I'm trying to really convey, is like, you know, sometimes we have the strength to change the things that we can, and we need to know the difference, because sometimes shit's just out of our hands. And you know, like that's a pretty important distinction, and I personally fall victim to it all the time, because like, you know, one minute I'm like, yeah, all right, work's over, it's time to play video games and hang out with my friends, and then, you know, something happens, and like life just happens, and you know, you can only do what you can do, and you know, damn the rest, I suppose. But you know, ultimately I think that yeah, I don't know. I think that we collectively can and probably will do better. It's just we have to hit that tipping point.
Agreed, 100%. And then Wes made a very valid point. Safe places are safe places for real, and the internet ain't it.
100%. Yes.
Like, let it live and leave it alone.
Yep. No, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely agreed. And I would say that while people like, I obviously maybe I use the word safe space too much. Because like nobody's truly safe. The internet is not a safe place. It's not. Unfortunately, you can say one thing to one person, and then through like 6 sets of ears, suddenly it's something completely different, and things get blown out of proportion. Context is very important. And, you know, just understanding that like not everybody you meet on the internet is going to be your friend or can be trusted. But like the biggest thing is just understanding that like you will find your people, you will find your tribe, and those people will have your back 150%. As long as you do the same for them, because like the other thing is like you can't go into any situation and expect everyone to just like, you know, be there for you to support you but not support them back. I think that there's a lot of give and take that has to happen, and I think that oftentimes people forget that there has to be give and take. And it's again, it's just not easy. It's just not easy. But also, you know, just out of a supplementary curiosity and everything. So how do you feel about this episode in particular? Do you feel like we've hit the mark? Do you feel like that we've like touched on topics you want to touch on? Did you want to ask more? Like, tell me how you're feeling about this right now.
Honestly, this has been by far one of my favorite episodes that I've done. We talked about just everything. Yeah, Wes said we're over 4 hours in.
Hell yeah.
That is like, it didn't even feel like it's been that fucking long. Like,
No, not
we
at all.
got to talk about everything. We talked about food. We talked about life. We talked about, you know, childhood. Like, there's just so much that we really got to talk about. And the whole thing isn't necessarily to want to pry and be like, so tell me every traumatic, you know, detail you've gone through. No, it's just really about having a conversation with someone and just learning from them and relating to them and growing from interacting with them. So this has been seriously a beautiful episode, and
that's awesome.
I can't believe we're over 4 hours and holy shit.
Yeah, that's rad. I'm glad. I'm actually really glad. It's
I'm sorry I took up so much of your time.
Oh no,
shit.
don't ever apologize. If I didn't want to be here, I would have been like, no, but like I made sure to get here and do the thing. This is awesome. I mean, honestly, I've had a blast. I love to talk. And you know, like aside from, you know, my stream, which is primarily like a well, it's just me being a little goblin. It's just been really nice to just kind of like chat. Oh, did you crash?
I crashed. Oh, hold on.
You got it.
Let's see. Wait, crash.
That the internet? There we go. Oh. Okay. I think you're back.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Huge.
Slowly. Oh.
Is the Wi-Fi giving you issues?
Yeah, it's been like we can't really figure it out, but every time that I go live, our shit just crashes. Like it just completely fucking shits the bed. And we have no idea why. Like I've lowered my settings in OBS. I've lowered my frames per second, my bit rate, like to as low as it can be. I don't know. We can't really figure out what the hell is wrong with it.
Have you talked to your ISP?
Yeah. Yeah. Wes is like super like into tech and stuff. Like so he knows, like he's been doing everything that you should do. It's just trying to figure out why when I go live, this is what fucking happens. Okay, my frames are slowly coming back up. Slowly.
Do you guys like?
Yeah,
you guys,
it's super weird.
You guys don't have like a. Probably wouldn't have a shared router. I assume you guys are in your own place. Yeah. I'm in their ass. Hell yeah.
Oh wait, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Back. Refresh, everyone.
Refresh. Go, go, go. Well, I know. So like some buildings have like shared Wi-Fi, which is like I don't know. As far as network security is concerned, I would be like, no, I'm just gonna get my own. But like, I assume you guys are probably not using a public router, so that would probably we're in our own home. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bummer, but
We'll
hey,
figure it out though. We've been managing and just kind of dealing with it as it goes. And sometimes too, it's like a mixture of Kick and like
oh
us,
yeah,
like internet and stuff, because
yeah,
they have been doing a lot of updates and stuff. But
Mhm.
at first it really would get to me, especially during front page. Like I would have internal anxiety attacks because I'm like, this is front page. This is a big deal. Like my shit needs to be right. Like what
Oh,
the fuck?
absolutely.
Like why does my internet want to shit the bed right now? Like do it when I'm not on the front page.
Absolutely. No, I feel
But
that.
I've learned to just roll with it because I can't control it. It's out of my control. So I just roll with it, and I'm those that want to stay and work with me through it will,
Mhm.
and those that don't won't. So
Absolutely.
kind of a new thing.
Well, and I mean, like, so for example, God, I do not miss DSL. No, 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 no. Oh God. Oh fuck. And flashbacks.
DSL.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Christ. So like when I do cooking streams, I have to figure it out. I think I'm gonna have to set up LAN. But like when I do cooking streams, for example, I will generally rate out my normal stream, and then like whenever I start my cooking stream, I will just start on the laptop. But I have been making the mistake of just not posting my link anywhere, because I'm just like, oh, I'll just come back. So like I lose out on that, but like whatever. I honestly don't really care all that much. But like, yeah, I feel like I lose viewers because I start and stop. So I have to look for a solution to prevent the stoppage of the stream. But I mean, figure it out when we figure it out. For now, everything is like fine, but like it definitely can cost me viewers as far as like the cooking stream is concerned. But I mean, the people who want to actually like witness what's going on are usually coming through anyways. So like that's exciting enough for them that they think it's worthwhile. So like I don't know, I like it. It's definitely fun, but I will say Kick deploying changes and not like scheduling maintenance time can definitely get frustrating, like for sure.
Oh yeah. I mean, it does get frustrating, but again, it's out of our control.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to do what it's going to do, and instead of having a whole ass bitch fit about it,
Yeah,
I just kind of roll with it.
that's fair.
But
Yeah.
it is nerve-wracking for sure when you want your stream to be ran a certain way, cuz yeah, you will lose viewers. Sometimes you get hosted into and those people may not even, be still at their computer or something, but
Mm-hmm.
the view still counts. And, we're all trying to help you, get that badge too. So
It'll happen when it
every
happens.
view happens, so
It'll happen when it happens. Like even tonight, right? Like I was so focused on getting in here because I felt super rude because like you had like just started up and I was like, oh fuck, I'm just leaving work. But like I felt super rude, so I was like, fuck the posts, fuck the everything. I want to make sure I'm here for you because I'm your guest, and it's already rude as shit that I'm already lagging behind. So, and I do apologize about that. But
no, you're all good.
but like the other thing too is like thank you for that. No, of course, there's you don't have to thank me. It's whatever. Like I could have spent the extra time to like post and everything, but that would have squandered your opportunity, which is wrong. But you're straight. Don't take on those worries. I mean, listen, man. You do good by your friends do good by you, and like that's one of the most important things, right? Like I could have done the normal fucking 15 to 20 minute, but like then Sasha would have just been waiting, and I don't want to do that to her. She's on the front page, dog. So
Listen, I would have been doing what I was doing. I would have kept them entertained,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
have knocked us off. And I knew with us going into this as well too, like, we were going to be on a tight schedule as it
Mhm.
was. So I was already ready, prepared for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, so if you needed that, you know, like if you needed to go piss, like I would have been 100% like
Pissing.
okay with the extra time. Like we're not going anywhere, you know.
Yeah, no,
We would have made
absolutely.
it work for sure.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, it's just like, it's little things. Like I chalked it up and was like, you know, we gotta look out for the homies and all that stuff. And like, whatever, you know, like it, ultimately, I'm just happy I got to like be included. Cause like, I don't know, this is like a large opportunity for me to get to know you. And like, that is one of like that's important to me, because like networking is super super important. And like I got to have a super pleasant conversation, which I think is like paramount to, because like fuck, like you know what I mean, like fuck my viewers, like I don't necessarily care, like I love you guys, don't get me wrong, but like I get the opportunity to like sit and meet somebody and like just really get to know them, and like that's cool and everything. So like I'm less concerned about posting my link and more concerned about like getting into like the reason why I was invited here, which is to have this conversation. And like it's really awesome too, because like I get to know you on a more personal level, which is super super cool. And then the other thing too is like I get to also share like my worldview and my viewpoints with people who maybe would be interested in somebody's take on something, whether it be me or the next person or, you know, the person before. Like it's all relative and it's all really cool. And I'm really appreciative of the fact that like you had me on. Like this has been super awesome.
I'm just so grateful that you are on. I remember you were actually one of the first people that I reached out to you before my pitch um was even approved.
That's awesome.
Like I had put it in and I reached out to you and I was like, "Yo, what like I would love to have you a part of this." And then when I finally got the approval and I was like, "Oh, you know, we were scheduling everything." You're like, "Oh, fuck." Like I get off at work at that time and I'm like, "Damn, that's a bummer, but next time, like we can always collab on something next time." So when you hit me up and you're like, "Yo," I was like, "Hell yeah." Like, yes. Like
Yeah, no,
you
absolutely.
always had a spot, like 100%.
That's super exciting.
But yeah, like you're a dope ass person. Like
Thank you.
seriously.
Thank
like
you.
and I'm not trying to like blow smoke up your ass or anything, but you really are. And
Thank you.
you even the way you were able to do this with me does not go unnoticed. It made me cry because I felt so I felt like, bro, I'm not that important. It's not that serious. Like don't ever like change around life stuff for me. Like we can always do something else, but I felt super grateful and so seen and appreciative because I said, wow, someone wants to do this with me, that they're willing to work around their real life to do something that really does, at the end of the day, is better for me, you know, like I'm getting more of the quote unquote value of this. And thank you, because that it did make me cry. Is that
I just,
it was
you know, we wanna support our friends here. That's the biggest thing, right? Like, I've seen all kinds of people here on Kick, and you know, a lot of them, you know, when I first got onto the platform. Sup? Sorry, I went away for a while, but I'm glad you're still here. Hey, what's going on, Kuya? How you doing? No, I just, you know, I've seen so many people on the platform who are, I guess, not and like maybe I'm mistaken, maybe I read things the wrong way or whatever the case, but like I see a lot of people on here again who are just kind of like out for the bag chase and like not doing it for the right reasons. And I've seen like people come through my community who suddenly out of nowhere are averaging, you know, monster fucking numbers for like a month straight and then just completely drop off. And I'm like, was it worth it, dude? Like, you know, it's stuff like that. But like, you know, you're a legitimate good person, and like I'm happy you even asked, because like, you know, like I know, and like, you know, again, I know you told me not to use the small stream word, but you know, like I'm not the largest content creator, so like I think a lot of people kind of like look, cuz like I don't know, like, you know, connections are important effectively, you know what I mean? And I know you didn't reach out to me to like, you know, further network with, you know, X streamer and Y streamer. You reached out because you actually wanted to have a conversation with me, and I think that that's the best part. um because like, you know, outside of what I can offer, which is my community and the connection there, like just having the ability to have this conversation has been like both interactive, it's been wonderful, and it's been very, very like, I don't know, it's been mind calming and settling, which is very nice. I only ever go to chats for conversation. I mean, you'll find plenty of it here, homie. Like that's like ultimately you'll find plenty of that here, cuz like I I emphasize like really paying attention and doing my best. Like I don't care if I suck dick at video games. You guys can make fun of me for that all day long, but I'll be damned if I don't at least like give you the time of day. I'd love to pick your brain about stuff too. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, like that's what it's
Cathartic.
about. Yeah, it is. Cathartic is a good word. He wants to say cathartic, but he won't. Fuck you, Wes. Um, there's like 500 other words I can use. Cathartic is just a nice one. Here you go. The stream produced a feeling of halcyon. Yeah.
How to feel like I need a dictionary. I need translations. Like I need the definition and the pronunciation to pop up when you say words. Because what the hell? Say that word one more time.
Halcyon?
Calcium?
Halcyon.
Halcyon.
Yep.
Halcyon. You know, let me start. Let me get a
Halcyon.
lesson from
Halcyon is an adjective denoting a period of time in the past that was idyllically happy and peaceful.
Huh. Interesting. He's looking it up.
Cathartic. No, halcyon is a very different word. Bro's educated, yo. You know, I know a thing or two about a thing or two. Most of the time I'm making like cum and butt fart jokes, but you know, not tonight. Not tonight.
Don't let that fool you.
Yeah. Once I know you said I think this stream is a special place on Kick, but I will tell you this. The more you hang around, the more you're going to be like, oh shit, man, it's another slop stream. But outside of this very, very tame and demure exterior lies three goblins in an Adidas hoodie, and they all have raging rock hard. Never mind. They are just little guys. So, to add my 2 bits, his heart goes out beyond his stream to real life. This is true. This is very true. I'm if anything, bricked up pogo sticks. True. Orcs. Yes. I don't know. It's been a wonderful experience, and I do appreciate the fact that you considered me. Because you know, like in the ocean of people that you could have chosen for any reason or another, you looked to me, and I was able to, you know, like provide like a place where we can both have like a conversation that is like entertaining and also like deep and well thought out. And like I came into this not knowing really what to expect, because I was like, I don't know, like, is it going to be like a series of hard-hitting questions? Or are we just going to kind of like address things? Are we going to do this? I think I recall you being pro-Palestine. I'm not necessarily against Palestine. I'm not pro-Palestine because I don't like to do politics. But I will say this. I think that the slaughter of human beings is a gross practice, and it should stop. So freeing Palestine, totally okay in my book. I don't like the idea that innocent people have to die for political ideology. Um, I think that if people, how can I word this in a politically neutral, very much respectful of people? Do I think that atrocities are being committed overseas? Yes. Do I think that they are okay? Absolutely not. Don't worry about my politics. It's just not necessarily worrying about your politics. It's worrying that I would say something insensitive, right? Because like that's the other thing too, right? Is like I don't like the idea that people have to die for political ideology on either side. I would say that war criminals are war criminals and should be tried as war criminals. And that there needs to be some kind of like governmental like protections put in place. And Sasha, I'm sorry, you can tell me to stop yapping about politics.
No, you're okay. You're speaking your opinion.
Yeah. But I would also say I agree with what you're saying. That's good. But as far as politics are concerned, I would consider myself very, very libertarian, but not like one of the psycho libertarians. I just want my gay neighbors armed with AR-15s to have their wedding on their pot farm, and for everybody to leave them the fuck alone. Because life is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness should not necessarily necessitate violence against others and the other plethora of bad things that happen. I think that we should all we don't all have to be millionaires, but I think that we should have enough for a proper share. You know what I mean? Like we all need things in life, and I think there's way too much violence in the world. I agree. And unfortunately there's no one perfect solution, and there's 100 other geopolitical things that could be said about this, that, and the other thing. But ultimately at the end of the day, the one thing that remains true at all times, forever and always, is we are all humans, and no one ideology is more right than the other. If I can lay my hand down, I'd consider myself a leftist. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. And I respect that too. That's the other thing about political conversation, right? You'll never find me attacking you for your beliefs. Because I think that everybody should be able to have conversations and do so safely and be like, you know what? I respect your opinion, but I disagree with it, and here's why. And it shouldn't come to blows, and it shouldn't come to any kind of like verbal violence, unless you think nachos is a meal. Yeah, that's true. If you think nachos is a meal,
exactly. I think at the end of the day, that's just what it comes down to. We all have our own opinions, and that's just what part of being humans is, and
True.
I personally, I stray away from politics just because sometimes can't always be as mature as we would like it, or it can get a little sticky at times.
It can.
Wes had a good question though.
Sure.
What is the number one life hack that you would give to us?
Number one life hack that I would give to everybody. I know this is going to sound stupid and honestly like super obvious, but change your socks. A fresh pair of socks.
Change your socks?
Yes, a fresh pair of socks makes a person feel like a new person. And like honestly,
I ain't gonna lie, I wear the same socks sometimes in a row.
Damn, that's fair though.
I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, I'm gonna look up this this quote, because this is actually a really good quote, and it's my favorite quote, but I don't want to misquote it. But it's from Tsunetomo. Tsunetomo is a very interesting gentleman from the last warring era of the samurai, and he became a monk after his years as a samurai, and he had a vassal who recorded down his musings as an old man. So he survived the warring era only to become a monk up in a mountain, and his vassal recorded down his musings. Austin 316 says, I just whipped your cream on your latte. W. But here you go, Wes. This is actually the number one piece of advice that I would give anybody. And I love this quote. This quote has a very special place in my heart. And this quote, I think, truly describes my mindset about most, if not all things. There's something to be learned from a rainstorm. When meeting a sudden shower, you try not to get wet and run quickly along the road. But doing such things as passing under the eaves of houses, you still get wet. When you are resolved from the beginning, you will not be perplexed, though you will still get the same soaking. This understanding extends to everything.
Ooh, can you read that one more time?
Yes, absolutely. Please? Absolutely. Here we go. There's something to be learned from a rainstorm. When meeting with a sudden shower, you try not to get wet and run under... Okay, rewind. I choked up on my words. I was getting emotional. There is something to be learned from a rainstorm. When meeting with a sudden shower, you try not to get wet and run quickly along the road. But doing such things as passing under the eaves of houses, you still get wet. When you are resolved from the beginning, you will not be perplexed, though you will still get the same soaking. This understanding extends to everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually beautifully well put out. Can you send me that quote, please?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in a book I read in my early 20s. You'll always go through negative things no matter how much you try to avoid them. Exactly. But if you understand that, then you'll never be confused. And most importantly, you'll be able to resolve your feelings about it. So, ultimately, one of the biggest things that the Hagakure has taught me. So this is like saying you'll be just as wet if you chill and walk through the rainstorm. Correct. Because sometimes things are just out of your control. And as long as you understand that sometimes things are just out of your control, like you can extend that understanding to everything. Sometimes shit just happens, right? That is the Japanese samurai way of saying shit happens, right? Sometimes you just got to roll with it. Beard, I want you to know that I wasn't informed that you were live, but SJ was a homie and announced it. Hell yeah, Garp. Love that dude. Yeah. But yes, let me grab that quote for you.
That's such a beautiful quote. And you said that was from a book?
That was from a book. It's called the Hagakure.
The Hagakure.
Hagakure.
I have such a hard time with words.
That's okay. It's actually just like it's a whole ass book, and it's really good. And it is I'll actually send you a link to the book if you're interested.
Yes, please.
It was like, I think when I bought it, it was like, I don't know, fucking $20. And honestly, one of the best $20 I've ever spent. Because it shifted my entire mindset into, I don't know, something where like, I felt like I understood more about the universe and started to think about myself in a different way. And it's not a, I would say it's not a cure-all to all things, because, you know, like I said very much earlier in the stream, the philosophy of civilizations older than I am, you know, oftentimes warrior culture, everything like that, they denoted a lot of things, but a lot of those things were very similar. Because, you know, at the time, people were killing each other with swords and spears and shit. And shit was fucked up. But those who survived those things really were able to kind of like look at the world in a different perspective. And this is, I'm talking like, you know, all of the time that was spent like honing their arts. And like, think about samurai for a second, honestly, like not to be a weeb or anything, but like, think about the fact that like samurai were a warrior class in like the castes of Japan. And like, not only were they warriors, but they were poets, they were musicians, they were this, they were that, they were this, that. And the man survived all of the wars that he was in and managed to retire as a peaceful monk. Bro, never be ashamed. Never be ashamed of weebing. True. let's see. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck is a really good read. True.
That is a good read. I haven't finished it, but it is a good read.
Try to find a way to chill through shit that happens. People around me panic, but I'm just like, okay, take a minute. And so measured pause is very important when things go tits up, right? Measured pause is very important. Being able to pause and like hold on to your emotions and examine the situation versus just immediately knee-jerk reaction. And like, again, I'm only a human, so like I'm imperfect, and sometimes I'd be making knee-jerk reactions too. So it's oftentimes very difficult to explicitly pause yourself, like calm yourself down, and handle things as they come. But like one of the biggest life lessons that I think everybody learns at one point or another in their life is shit truly just does happen. But if you understand that from the beginning, right? Like obviously don't wake up in a pessimistic mood and just be like, today's the day, shit's gonna happen, and then dwell on that, because like you never know. But again, tomorrow is also not guaranteed. We don't have a choice in the option. The universe works in very mysterious ways, and I'm not much of a spiritual person or anything like that, but I at least understand that shit just happens. It is the dwelling that fucks you. It really is. I think it's such a delicate balance between being a caring person and not giving a fuck while letting people know you give a fuck. Very true. Very true. And like, leaning one way or the other can result in somebody's feelings getting very hurt. And like human emotion is a very raw and real thing, but it's also very weird. It's very odd. It's not as straightforward,
It's
pointed.
complex.
It is. It's not
very complex.
It's not as straight of a line as everybody kind of like, you either feel this way or that way. Like there are curves, there are bell curves to all of that. And, like if human emotion was a graph, it would be a really fucked up graph. The biggest thing is like, be open and receptive to other people's emotions, because like you're not always going to be on the winning side. And whatever emotional shit you have going on, like, obviously don't stuff it down, but like handle that shit, address it. Because like otherwise things fester, and when they fester, they rot. When they rot, they're no good anymore. And one bad apple spoils the bunch type shit. So like, just understand that like it's okay to be like an emotional wreck one moment and then okay the next moment. But finding that happy medium, that place where you're like, I'm either okay or I'm not okay, it takes a little bit of work. And like, especially, depending on where you're at in life, like, so many factors everyone needs to address their problems. I agree. I absolutely agree. But that's the fucking bitch of it all, right? Is who is actually addressing, like, dude, I don't like waking up and being like, you have fucking issues. Nobody does. Everybody wants to see themselves in like some kind of positive light, but there is a darkness inside of everybody, right? Unspoken, unheard, unrelenting feelings that like are circumstantial to environments, and we're all products of our environment. There's help out there for that. I agree. I absolutely agree. But like the first step is always the hardest one, and that's admitting that you have a problem, right?
100%. But once you make that first step, it doesn't get easier, but it is a little bit of a weight lifted off your shoulders, because you've finally admitted to yourself you need help and you can't do this on your own. And you put your pride aside, you put your ego aside, everything aside, because in that moment you decided that I want to be better. I need to get better, but I need help doing it.
Yes. And that elicits a strong emotion in itself. And I think that emotion is hope, right? I think that hope plays a large part of what drives people to start to grow and to do better. Because like everybody hits rock bottom once, maybe multiple times in their life. But like the idea that there is potential promised better days on the horizon is enough to drive a person to make changes. So hope is a very powerful tool. It's you know, like you can hope for better days, but like what you do with that hope, how you transform that hope, how you begin to progress and address things with hope, that tomorrow will be a better day is a very strong elicited emotional response. um I feel like admitting it is only so hard because we're conditioned to thinking that getting help isn't the thing that we need. Yes, correct. And like
100%.
as a man in society, you know, it's always like, oh, don't be a bitch. You'll figure it out. You're strong, blah, blah, blah. But like, man, I got some real dark shit in my life. I got some real dark shit in my life and it sucks. And like at a certain point, you know, you can either lay over and die and become an emotional wreck, or you can fucking change. And change is hard. Change is really hard, but like if everything in life was easy, would it be worth it? You know, and I know it sounds like maybe I'm using like buzzwords and I'm just quoting other people, but that's like real shit, right? Like if everything was just easy, everybody could be millionaires. Everybody, like, there would be no world hunger, there'd be no anything. And we'd all have exactly what we needed all the time, 24/7. But like in order to enact change in your life, like, because we're all the captains of our own ship, the only way to elicit change and to really like grab life by the balls is to spit in your palms, rub them together, and then fucking choke the shit out of your genitals, metaphorically.
Metaphorically. I feel like I could talk to you for hours and hours. I mean, we have talked for hours, but I feel like I could talk to you for everlasting. But I would love to have you. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I'm so hungry. I was thinking about, and I'm really thirsty as well too.
Fair.
Like, I'm so thirsty. My mouth is dry.
That's fair. Well, thank you so much for having me.
I would love to have you on the second season and
Sure.
do another part 2, because this was such an amazing conversation. I'm just so grateful to have been able to like dive in so deep. Like I'm looking at my painting and there's so much on here. I mean, granted, we were talking for so long, but it is just a mixture of so many different things and lots of phrases that really, really stuck out to me. Wes actually called it out and was like, why is there a big ass like K there? I didn't realize I drew a K. I thought it was just like, at
That's
first,
interesting.
like a road or a path, but it's like kindness is the key to life, you know, like
Absolutely.
K for kindness.
Yeah.
And just like a bunch of random stuff. And like, I got really creative with a bunch of different people, you know, because we were talking so much about community. I used a lot of colors. Like I even drew like a rainbow. Like I felt very happy. Like I even got little like pizzas and a burger here.
That's awesome.
Food.
That's awesome.
So there's a lot of great things on here, and I'm excited to see whatever you choose to do. It does not need to be as extravagant. I think you're putting a little too much pressure.
I might be
on yourself.
I might be,
She's
but
getting emotional. I am getting emotional. Oh.
well, thank you so much for having me, Sasha. This was an amazing conversation, and you know, I'm really looking forward to season 2 for sure. But also,
Yes.
be proud of yourself. You've done something amazing, and most importantly, okay, cherish it. Cherish the moment because you're doing something amazing. And, you know, definitely don't be a stranger. I'd love to collab on literally anything else. You know, if you ever just want to like chop it up again, just let me know.
Man, we can get on some games, you know, in June. Like I've
Hell
been saying
yeah.
this, like I want to play some video games. I miss it. So like in June we can I'm not the best.
Oh, that's
but
okay. Me neither.
It makes for great content.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have anybody that you feel like rating out to? Because I'm probably gonna close up shop myself here. I'm gonna answer stream chat real quick, and then
yeah, let's double rate out.
yeah.
Let's see who's online. Oh, hey, it's rough.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that.
Yeah,
let me
let's
just
rate out to
let me
rough.
just quickly address this.
Oh wait, Wes says hold up.
Oh, okay. On that subject, yes, society tells men that they have to be hard, but then why is the suicide highest in males 30 to 50? Because life has literally beaten and conditioned us to not talk about our feelings. We're not allowed to have feelings, dude. We're not allowed to talk about our shit. And that's rough. That's actually very rough for men, because there are a lot of men who are very in tune with their emotions and yet aren't able to express them without giving somebody the ick, which is this weird fucking term apparently on the internet for like shit that grosses other people out because people have emotions. And I think that's stupid as shit. Wow, Beard. Hey, thank you. Claps, guys. Guys, if you're not following Sasha, please do yourself a favor. Go over to Sasha's channel, hit her with a follow. She's an amazing artist. She's a really good content creator. And most importantly, she's a good friend. Go check her out.
Yeah. I'm going to deafen you for just a moment here.
Absolutely. I'm going to yap a little bit more.
All right.
Heart, y'all, what a great talk. Thank you so much, Wes. I appreciate you. I'm sorry, guys. I know I was very into the conversations tonight. I try to snipe messages where I can. I'm listening and I appreciate that you cover all of chat. I do my best. I honestly do. Because I want you guys to feel like welcome. You know what I mean? I want you guys to feel welcome. I want you guys to feel like you're at home here. You guys can watch me suck at video games or do whatever the fuck I'm doing that day. King Beard? I don't know about that. I'll accept like average everyday Beard. But anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. And yeah, I appreciate it. This was good. I'm gonna go stuff my face because I am starving, and then when Sasha gets back, we'll decide on who we're rating. I'll be back right time. Thank you so much. Lori, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope that you're having a wonderful Friday evening. I appreciate the follow for sure. And I'm getting ready to raid out, so I do apologize for the timing. But I will be back this weekend. We'll do some gaming, some cooking or some shit. It'll be really fun. Food, yeah. I haven't eaten at all today, so I'm especially hungry. But thank you so much for that follow. And I hope to see you around again sometime soon. And next time I'll actually advertise my stream. So, but yeah, no, this was super amazing. I had such a good time, and I hope you guys did too. I hope for anything other than just listening to me yap for 5 hours, 4.5 hours, you guys maybe learned something about me, or potentially just kind of like, I don't know, got to know me in a different light that isn't just like a goofy little guy. But hi, who we raiding at?
Let's go ahead and host out to Hey It's Rough. He is an amazing person as well too. And oh my god, my words are fucking, that's like I've been yapping for so long. But he's also an amazing content creator as well too. So he's a lot of fun to hang out with.
All right. Well, hey, thank you again, and I'm looking forward to hanging out again sometime.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'll see you in these streets.
Oh, absolutely. I'll catch you later, Sasha.
All
Bye.
Right, see ya.
Bada bing. All right. Guys, we're going to rate out to Hey It's Rough. I hope you guys had a really good time. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, Sasha. Guys, last second, I'm sure I'll shout her out again tomorrow because this was just super awesome and everything. But, thank you so much, everybody, for coming and chilling. I'm going to go stuff my face. We're going to go hang out with Hey It's Rough, and I will catch you guys on the next one. See you Sunday for some cooking and some gaming, okay? Bye. 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 Oh, fuck. I forgot to hit the button. Bye. 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 Bada bing. Bye. Bye. Goodbye.
All right, guys. Thank you.